What's going on, everybody? Welcome into the fourth annual Blazers Uprise trade deadline stream. The fourth one of these we've ever done. It's 2023 and we are ready to go for today's action. A lot of action popped off yesterday. Kevin Durant got traded. If you're just waking up to us somehow, yeah, Kevin Durant's in Phoenix now. Shout out to Gabe in chat. Congratulations, man. We got the live Twitter feeds right here for you guys. We'll have some graphics, some payroll stuff, that sort of thing. Eric, let me know if I need to fix your camera. We got the countdown to the trade deadline right there at the bottom, and then we got a bottom ticker presented by BetOnline. This trade deadline stream is brought to you by BetOnline. Use the promo code BELIEVE, that's BLEAV, for a 50% reward bonus. 50% reward bonus. All-Star Game, Super Bowl, NASCAR, golf, boxing. I don't know. I think they might have horse racing too. Like, you probably got everything on there. Check them out. Get in on the action. Yeah, you can see parlays are always fun to look at. Yeah, just check them out. Promo code BELIEVE. Huge thank you to them. Yeah, so I was basically working nonstop since the end of our last stream. Oh, I gotta unmute you. Okay, I muted the music and I thought I unmuted you. Anyway, Eric, I've been working since the end of the last stream, so you know, I might be slightly rough around the edges, but normally I do these streams on no sleep anyways, and I do just fine, I think. So it's kind of a tradition at this point. Shout out to Mateo and Chase for helping me with some of these graphics. Appreciate them. If they want me to plug anything, then I can do it for them. Shout out to Iosu Estremera. Do you know what currency that is, Eric? Because my brain won't work on currencies today.
It is. I think it's just euro, right?
Yeah, €10 dono from Iosu. Thank you, Iosu. Says, I want to be the first dono. Let's go, guys. Not expecting much from Cronin, to be honest. Just having fun together. All love. Well, you are the first dono. Thank you for being the first dono. Thank you for supporting, man. Hopefully you enjoyed the trade deadline stream today. It's going to get packed in here at some point. So if you have questions, the best way, obviously, is to donate because we read off every dono. So, you know, we're not going to be able to answer everything today with how wild these streams normally get, but we will do our best, our very, very best to do so. Anyway, these Twitter feeds should update. We'll have to test that. The first tweet that comes through, we got Chris Haynes, we got Woj, we got Shams. Put Shams up top, too.
Check Discord, Tori. Shout out to Don and Jay Tori, too, who became a superstar member earlier in the stream before we went live. So thank you, Don and Jay. And then also we have another donation from our guy, Jordan Baker. $2 donation says, cheaper GG Hippo sticker. Yeah, we're not celebrating a win this morning, but if we make a good trade, hopefully we would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, then you can drop the real GG sticker if we get a trade win, but we'll see how that goes. And then shout out Don and Jay Tori with the 100 rupee dono. Says, I want Tori to say the currency. There you go, rupee, right? Isn't that what Don and Jay got?
Yeah,
I just kind of winged it there. I have no clue. Awesome. Let's go. All right, I'm 1 for 1 on guesses so far. Says, I want Tori to say the currency. There you go. Who do you think is the most possible trade we can get? I think that's a question for you, Eric.
Hold on, I'm check Discord again, Tori.
Where did I? Oh, I'll fix that.
All right, but before we get started with that kind of stuff, yeah, I just messaged Tori to. we realized Adrian is misspelled there, so yeah.
Did I put the E before the I or something?
No, it's an A. It's Adrian.
Whoops.
Yeah, we'll fix that real quick. So, just a couple of things in case you're new. One, well, thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. Hope you guys have a good day and enjoy the stream. 2, don't insult people in chat. Keep it about basketball and the trades and that kind of stuff. Let's try to keep it civil today. And then 3, do not post fake trades. Do not post shams or Woj bomb, like in all caps, without it being a real thing. So if it happens, go for it. But please also double check the @ of the person you're looking at. You might get one warning if you post a fake trade or just say rumor or something before it, and it'll be fine. But if you say Dame just got traded to the Knicks or whatever, like we're just gonna ban you. So Oleg, like you just put, that's pretty much an auto ban.
Thanks for being our example.
It's pretty much an auto ban if you do crap like that. So just don't. I mean, trolling is not cool. So please don't do that. We have the Twitter feeds here. They should load live on the screen. So we should all know at the same time when a trade goes down or when the next thing happens. So hopefully that goes down.
Yep. I just gotta make sure everything in front of it is minimized or not fully maximized. So I'm doing that right now.
But yeah, we don't want to have to ban anyone, so just please don't be a jerk in chat. That's all we're saying.
Pretty simple.
Oh yeah, Shams' name is also misspelled.
Is Thanks. It? Oh my goodness. See, I rushed those. I was like, oh, this is the easy part of, 3 a.m. graphic making night before big stream. Okay, well, I'll fix that one too. It's easy to fix this stuff. Thank you guys for helping me out.
And if you're watching us, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Now you didn't capitalize the A, so it's lowercase.
I didn't even look, bro.
Adri, lowercase A.
So I changed the font for these graphics. Normally, my font is all caps, so I don't even have to worry about caps. Now I gotta worry about caps. All right, I'll fix that, and I'll... This is just some early morning entertainment for you guys, making sure you're awake.
We got Mad Mobile, Tyler K, Tom Fisher, Ty the Great, Kevin Curry, all saying hi in chat. What's up, everyone?
What's up to y'all?
Nice to see everyone.
Yep.
I don't even know what that name is, but hello, person watching from Uzbekistan, Central Asia. Hello.
Thank you for representing Uzbekistan.
I would even know what that was. Yeah. Morning, Bonnie. Hello, Spacebar. Felix, Mateo, what's up? Sam Dooley, Slim, Adam, Juicy, Raiden, Michael V, Jared, Cameron. Good to see all you guys. Aiden. Yeah, so Blazers have, in my mind, a decision to make right now. Well, I mean, they should have made it before, but once the KD trade happened last night, in my opinion, they have two routes. They have to pick one. Either they think they can compete with KD and the Suns in the next couple of years, and they're not going to give up on that premise. I said Michael, man, whatever. I can't name everyone either, but either they're going to think that they can still compete with the Suns and go for all in while Dame's still in his prime, or they're going to have to pivot a little bit and lean a little bit more towards the younger timeline and hope that that happens sooner rather than later, and that they figure out a way to build a good enough team around Dame to be better as he, ages and stuff like that, which I think is possible. I think that's still the more likely route to lead to a title. I think both routes are obviously extremely unlikely to end in a title being in Portland, but I just think, hitting on a home run. So let's just break it down. So there's two players today. Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby are realistically, if we're going all in, would be the two targets, right? One of those two guys. So let's say we get one of those guys, give up 3 firsts, or somehow get our picks back from Chicago and go all in, get one of those guys. You have to think that's a situation where we're going to compete for a title. So that makes us very good. It's good enough to probably make the playoffs this year, stay in the hunt, and do all that kind of stuff. But if you do that and you don't win a title, I don't know how you get better from that team. Like, there's not a lot of resources then to add to that or make it that much better. So unless Sharp or Anthony take a huge step, and whoever you trade for, OG or Bridges, is the perfect fit, I just don't know how good or what that ceiling of that team is. Compare that to the other route. Let's say we get someone today for cheaper, whether that's Cam Johnson or we just go for like a Caleb Martin or PJ Washington or someone like that, where we don't even have to give up a future first. Maybe we get them for seconds or something. If you do that, we either make the playoffs and have all our future picks and can still have the possibility of making a trade in the summertime, or the other scenario is we, either don't make the playoffs or lose in the play-in and don't make the playoffs, and we have, say, like the 12th pick or whatever. This draft is loaded with wings. You make a good pick there. If that player ends up, this is a big if. I'm not saying this is likely or anything, but there is a ton of wing talent in the draft. So in my opinion, if you go this route, there is a chance you could get lucky on a pick, have that player end up being better than Mikal or OG in a couple of years, plus not have to give up any of your future, and still maybe have that player develop in a couple of years to where the Dame window is still slightly open and you go for it in 2 years. So that's kind of.
Speaking of Dame, Chris Haynes just had a tweet. Teams inquiring about Portland Trailblazers star Damian Lillard are being told unequivocally, I can't say that word at this point.
Unequivocally.
Basically, they're not trading him for the millionth time. So there's that.
Yep.
Glad to clear that up once again.
So you get, let's just say you got like Brandon Miller or Cam Whitmore or something like that, and he turns out to be a stud at the small forward position, and you still have all your future picks to still make or once that Chicago pick conveys, but and then we also possibly have around the 20th pick with the Knicks. There's still a lot of things you can do with that. So if we're sitting here later talking about an OG or Mikal Bridges all-in move, I totally get it. But there's, I'm kind of leaning towards do what you can. If you can get like Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson for cheaper, and it doesn't cost you like on protecting the Chicago pick, or basically getting whatever the best player you can without messing with your future picks with Chicago, I kind of like that route better. It sucks to say that here now, but the KD trade just kind of put a damper on everything last night. So that's my opinion. Not full out tank, but I don't know if this team's good enough. And then the other decision you have to make is, if you are going that route, does it make sense to pay Jeremy Grant like $200 million over 5 years this summer or whatever you're going to end up paying him. Even if it's 150, so you're paying him 30 million a year for the next 5 years. Do you go that route and you still trade him, I guess, down the road? Or do you look at just moving on and not taking the risk that he jumped ship this summer? I've never really thought about that until last night as a possibility, especially since we don't really have the privilege in Portland here of having players of Grant's caliber being willing to come here. But I don't know, if you could trade Grant straight up for Bridges, I think you have to do it right now. I don't know if you do that, Tori, or not, but
I do it. I mean, Bridges is the better player, in my opinion.
Yeah, 4 years too.
It's hard to find those rangy, lanky forward defenders that can defend, any guard in the league.
Mm-hmm.
It is really hard to find that. Andy's efficient. Andy's started to show some serious flashes of being a playmaker. Like, he was playing really well for Phoenix before this trade. So I think you have to take that, and maybe you give him a bigger role, and he excels with that.
I'm not saying the Nets would do that. I'm just hypothetically throwing that out. But if we're going to start trading for players now that we've moved Hart, once that trade becomes official, it becomes a lot harder to match Bridges' salary in a trade. And Quick had an article this morning saying that Nurk was told by Cronin that he will not be traded today. So I don't know how accurate that is, or if, it doesn't necessarily mean it. We've seen front office people say that all the time, but a lot of people thought Nurk was going to be moved last year, and he didn't. Doesn't look like Nurk's going to be traded, but he's one of our only salary pieces to match. And if it's not Nurk, if we're talking about Bridges or OG or something, we're then talking about now having to trade Gary Payton and then some combo of Nas, Winslow, and Keon, and hope you can get enough salary. But then, we have to add pieces back to the roster now, and I still don't know what we're doing with that roster spot, because our trade isn't official until we cut a player, or maybe a player's in that trade that wasn't mentioned. That's the other thing, chat. If you do happen to see any news on what Portland's doing roster-wise to make that work, please let us know in chat, since we don't have the Blazers media guys up here. But if anyone has a PR thing from the Blazers announcing the trade, we'd love to know. So where it stands right now, the trade, as reported, was 3 players coming back from the Knicks. That's Cam Reddish, Ryan Arcidiacono, and Svi Mikhailuk.
Yeah, they're giving you a run for your money on your pronunciations.
Wasn't bad. So there's 3 coming back. Portland had 1 open roster spot and are trading 1 player out. So that means that in order for the trade to even happen, Portland has to have 2 open roster spots on their roster. So either a guy like Greg Brown, who's the only person you would even consider cutting at this point, I think, would have to be cut before we could even take on those 2 minimum contract guys, or he's part of the trade, or we're sending him before that trade's official to another team, or someone else to another team. But that trade cannot be official until we make a roster move with that other. So it either has to be a waive or a thing. So we can't just cut Arcidiacono or Shvi from that trade. We have to accept them before we can cut them. And then we can cut and stretch them, which I'm guessing they'll do. So they're both about $2 million or whatever. So you get 600,000 I think it's 1.8 million exactly. So you get about 600,000 on your books for the next 3 years for both of them. So about 1.2, 1.3 million in dead money for waiving those two. Or maybe you keep one of them. I don't know, man. But we have to make another move. So there has to be some other shoe to drop for that trade first, for it to be official. So until we see what that shoe is, that trade isn't. I mean, we can talk about changing it or whatever, but Dame made some comments about Cam Reddish last night that made me think that he is not going to be moved again. It wasn't part of like some other trade where we're shipping Reddish to another team with that New York pick, because he made it sound like he was going to be part of this team moving forward. So I don't know.
Yep.
Alex R with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for all the hard work, gents, and happy trade deadline 2023. Happy trade deadline to everyone. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone for joining us. Got 426 people watching. Nice to see all of you in here.
I'm going to set up something.
So far, there has been no trades this morning, but obviously with we have 3 hours and 23 minutes to go until the deadline, and then there's usually a trade or two that sneaks in at the last minute and doesn't get reported until a few minutes after that. So yeah, LOL Chris Haynes tweet, yeah, the Dame one.
As if that needed reiterating again.
Yeah.
Anyway, just or don't ignore this image. I'm just putting this image over the top since I forgot to do that. This is completed trades.
Yeah, there was a rumor from I think his name's Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype, listing Memphis, the Blazers, and I forgot what other team, Pelicans maybe. There was one other team that said that
I think it was New Orleans.
Yeah, Pelicans. Is that they are still very interested in OG and Anunoby, so we'll see. What are you saying, Jared? No, Dame shouldn't have said anything. He should have just said Cam's a good player and we'll talk more about him after the deadline. Whatever, I don't know.
Jared's tripping
right now. He's freaking out about protections for no reason and saying, yeah.
Anyway.
Memphis has a bunch of first-round picks they can offer, but I'd be surprised if they do something like that because there's been a team that seems to value drafting and things like that. I mean, at some point, I guess they have to pivot, but yeah. Yep. Marcus Lake is telling us to read our donos, even though we've read every single one already. But thanks, Marcus.
Yeah, I don't get that, but
Pineapple says, how cool would it be to get both Mikal and OG? Yeah, that'd be really cool, but it's not happening.
I would just take one. Just give me one.
Yeah. Space Bar says, like a holiday I used to call out from work or skip school and sit at home and watch the trade deadline unfold. Appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's it's kind of weird because like as an NBA fan, this is like Christmas for me. It's like one of my favorite days of the year, but it's also like one of the most stressful and biggest letdown days of the year as well. So yeah, that's always funny. Ant for Mikhail does nothing to raise our ceiling or make us championship contenders. That actually makes us worse. So
I see a lot of people saying they do that, and I just don't understand why. Where are you going with that trade? What are you accomplishing with that trade? Yes, you get better defensively, but you're not good enough on either side of the ball then. Like,
yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to have Anthony become like an all-star level player, and we need Sharp to become a close to that as well. So, yeah.
No middling moves.
Todd Bain said it's like Christmas expecting a bike and getting socks. Every Blazer fan ever. Yeah, I was talking in chat earlier before we went live. I mean, I'm 43, so I'm old enough to remember pre-internet days where you had to listen to the radio or watch the news later that day. You didn't even know if the team made a trade or whatever, and you just had to hope that someone was nice enough to report what happened, or you saw it in the papers the next day.
We almost went down that route because Twitter was down
Twitter,
yesterday. Twitter was glitching out.
Yeah, I don't know how. I guess YouTube for a while yesterday was down too. So
that would be awful.
Glad that didn't happen today.
That would be terrible.
But yeah, so I was thinking about it, and because I was trying to think about what Gabe was thinking about when. So Gabe from Suns Valley podcast, friend of the show, he I was like, after our stream last night, I was like, oh, I want to go check out. Gabe's got to be streaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Suns make like the move of the century, and he's not streaming. And I saw some other Phoenix places streaming and stuff. And I was like, Gabe, where are you? And then it turns out he had migraine and fell asleep and woke up at like 3 a.m. to KD being a freaking Phoenix Sun. So I was trying to think of as a Blazer fan, have I ever had that feeling? And my answer was it wasn't quite to this degree, but we did trade for a very old Scottie Pippen back in the day, and then we also acquired Steve Smith that same offseason. I can't stand Detlef Schrempf, but we got him too. He was terrible for us. But that was like our big three acquisition, and we already had Dame and Sheed and all that kind of stuff. So getting Pippen was awesome, and it almost worked. Paul Allen, that was still when you could kind of manipulate the salary cap a little bit. It wasn't as firm in terms of the CBA as it was now. So Paul Allen almost bought a championship and did it. Sean Kemp was a couple years later, but they almost did it, man, if not for choking in the finals. But, I mean, that's about as close as I can think of to a trade where I was like, oh my goodness, we're going for a championship. We have a legit chance. Yeah, we got Brian Grant, I think the year before as well. But yeah. But that was, 1998 or 97 or something when we got Pippen. So, or no, it was 98. No, it was 99. Yeah. 99, yeah. So, but it's still over 20 years ago. So, it's been pain ever since then. They traded 6 players for Scottie Pippen. Mm-hmm. It was a bunch of a poo-poo platter of Walt Williams and Stacey Augmon and can't even remember all the people involved in that trade, but. Why are people trying to get Dame? Because, yeah.
3-year-old Tori was probably hyped for Scotty, yeah. I think I threw a freaking rattle at the ceiling. I like to throw hats. Yeah. I think I liked to throw rattles when I was young. So we had a couple big-time trades last night.
Yeah, so there's another donation that'll lead into that, Tori, if you want to.
Do you want to read it? Which one was it?
Sure. Play-by-play $5 donation.
Chase,
Thanks, Chase.
let me just say this too. Chase helped me with graphics today, so huge shout out to him. Chase is play-by-play, same dude. Gonna be doing some stuff with him in the future because he's pretty talented. So anyway, shout out to him. Anyway, Eric, you read now.
Y'all think there's a big trade in the works that might be holding up other trades from happening right now? It's dead. No, it's not anything holding it up. It's just we got the two big trades. There's 4 big trades yesterday. So that's the thing. So I mean, there'll be some deals today. I don't know how big a deals it's going to end up being. But there's going to be trades. There's nothing holding them up other than teams trying to leverage and call other teams' bluffs and try to get as much out of trades as possible at the last minute and hope that teams cave in or whatever. So there'll be a flood of trades here.
Yep. And obviously this was the big one. The Suns' new owner, Matt Ishbia, definitely is willing to pay because they were $17 million into the tax before this trade, and then they add a solid, let me do the math. That's about $8.5 million in salary and much more in terms of luxury tax. So that dude comes in and within a day is like, yeah, you guys had a cheap owner before, but I'll pay for a winner. Here, let's go get Kevin freaking Durant. So shout out to the new owner there in Phoenix. I'm sure Suns fans love to have them. Hopefully, in a couple years, we can be saying we love our new owner in Portland. Anyway, you beating up your mic? What'd your mic do to you? What'd your mic do to you? What'd your mic do to you?
I just muted it.
Oh, it sounded like you were beating it up.
Nope.
Anyway. And then, of course, there's the 3-team trade, man, which just, I don't know how the Lakers even pulled this off, Eric. I still don't understand. Like, how'd they only give up 1 first-round pick to Utah? And they were allowed to protect it 1 through 4. And
not
they
even
get
a
back,
pick swap.
Yeah, you would think 1 pick for D'Angelo Russell is a good deal. 1 pick for Malik Beasley is a solid deal. 1 pick for Jared Vanderbilt's a solid deal. 1 pick for all 3 of those guys is absolutely insane. Now, obviously, Utah gets off salary in Beasley next year, who does have a team option, so they could have declined that. But they get off Conley's partial guarantee next year. Conley's guaranteed $14 million next year. I hate this trade for the Timberwolves.
Yeah. I mean, Conley's okay, but he's 35. They're not winning a title this year. So kind of, I feel like they had a big piece in D'Angelo Russell to maybe make one more big move to solidify their future. And I feel like they just kind of ended their window and now don't really have a lot.
Yep. I mean, I'd hate to be a Timberwolves fan. For the Jazz, I'd hate to only get back 1 first-round pick for Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird. It's like the Jazz acted like Mike Conley was a negative contract. Like, oh, we'll take a first back for these 3 guys. Like, we don't want Mike Conley. But then the T-Wolves valued him a ton and were willing to give up D'Angelo Russell almost straight up for him. That's just the insane part of all of this. And now it's kind of interesting, D'Angelo Russell going back to the Lakers, playing with LeBron. He never got that opportunity in the first place. But, I mean, that Lakers team is scary now.
Yeah, for sure. Trade. We have a trade. Shams.
Oh. His pinned tweet is messing things up. I'll have to change. Yeah, here. I'll change his pinned tweet. Because, there's a tweet below his pinned tweet that says the Boston Celtics are acquiring shooting big man Mike Muscala from the Oklahoma City Thunder. There's your blockbuster, Eric. Mike Muscala.
Interesting. So they have a bunch of TPEs so they can absorb stuff, so they might not even be sending anything out. Muscala, they don't have a lot of bigs playing right now in OKC, so this is another indication that they're maybe not going to try and win many more games this year. But Yeah, Muscala is a guy. It looks like they're getting Justin Jackson and 2 seconds back, so Jackson will probably be waived. But they get a couple more seconds, which they don't need. But anyways, the Celtics, that's interesting because they've needed some center depth with how they manage some of their bigs, and especially with injury concerns. They get another shooter to space the floor, open up the floor there for Jalen and Tatum. And so that gives them, but they already had like Cornette and Sam Hauser, and so that they just get another shooter, I guess. I don't think this is like game changing or anything, but definitely a solid pickup for not much to have to give up.
Because they were tied to Kelly Olynyk a little bit. There was some whispers around him going back to Boston, so I think they were in the market for a shooting big man.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you get a shooting big man. That's literally all he is, but, you know, it fits an archetype that teams like. So, Myers Leonard was able to make a career off of it, for example. Anyway, let me...
So the report now is that there's two things going on. Jake Elfish was reporting that Mikal Bridges is not going to be traded today.
No surprise there.
That the Nets like him. The other thing with the Nets too is you have to keep in mind. Now they have a bunch of other teams' picks, but their picks are in the next few years are all pick swaps or outright going to the Rockets. So the Nets aren't going to go full rebuild. That makes no sense. They can try to be relevant, keep their fan base engaged, while also getting not having to worry about win-loss record because their picks are dependent on other teams succeeding or failing. So I just think that's the right play if I'm the Nets. But just because he's not available, I'm still calling about they have players like Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, even Royce O'Neal. I mean, those are three small forwards. Or I guess Cam Johnson's kind of small forward, power forward. Get one of those guys, man. I just try to get one of them. I mean, they don't need all four of them. So they also have Yuta at the forward position. Cam Thomas is a shooting guard, but he's kind of in that mold as well. So yeah, I don't think they're getting Claxton, but there's definitely one of those other wings. And if you can get Dorian Finney-Smith for like a third of the cost of Mikal Bridges, man, I think that's still a home run. But yeah, I don't know.
Finney. I don't know if I'd trade a first for him. The Knicks first. I don't know if I'd trade that first for him, but
yeah, and
I wouldn't hate it.
I agree with Ron in chat. It's not a bad team. I still think they're going to be all right. I still think they make the playoffs. Especially if Cam Thomas still goes crazy. But yeah, I kind of like their mix of players. They just need to consolidate a little bit, I think, today.
Yep. Dang it. So for every one of these scenes... By the way, the records don't pay attention to the records on these sheets. I didn't have time to update that, but on every one of these sheets, man, the Shams pin tweet is going to mess it up. I'd have to change the crop for literally every single one, which sucks. So I'd like it if he would unpin that tweet, but he ain't gonna. So
yeah,
nothing I can do.
Rip City Bandwagon says an 8 a.m. soda. I like it. Yeah.
I mean, I got an 8 a.m. C4 Starburst flavor.
I don't drink coffee or energy drinks.
I have not slept. It's an all-nighter. It's usually an all-nighter for me on trade deadline streams. I've been working nonstop since our stream last night ended, and of course we streamed during the game, then after the game, and it was basically 2 trade streams. And
then the other news is that apparently Zach LaVine is available. Reed says 8 a.m. soda. It's called being a parent. Yeah. Yep. My kid's bus stop is 7:04 in the morning, so pretty much every day I'm up at around 6:40 to get them off to school. So yeah, gotta have soda to do it.
Absolutely. Why would we do amp for LaVine? What the hell?
I don't. If LaVine's a Blazer at the end of this day, I just think that's a complete waste.
That's literally the dumbest thing possible. Like, why would you give up the younger version of him?
Yeah.
The younger version of him that's been arguably almost as good as him this year.
Yeah.
Like, you can make the case that Ant will be better than him in the next year or two. Because Ant's still getting better. LaVine's in his prime. And Ant's not that far off. What are you accomplishing? You're not winning anything with that trade. You're just getting older. And who knows if LaVine would want to be here. I have faith that Ant will be okay being here, as long as Dame's here especially. So, yeah, no. It doesn't get you any closer to winning a championship. If anything, it gets you further away. Like, every move, with how good the West has gotten, every move has to be even more measured on Portland's end, because they don't have assets to play around with. They don't have 10 first-round picks where they can trade a couple first for Robert Covington, and, that didn't work out? Oh, well, good thing we still have 8 extra first-round picks still that we can toss for a superstar still if one comes available. The Blazers don't have that luxury. They have to be very shrewd with every move they do, and every move they do has to have a general idea and plan behind it, because they are stuck right now, and you got a lot of really good Western Conference teams right now. So everything has to be.
Arthur thinks we overrate Anthony.
I mean, look at him statistically. I mean, you would say we overrate LaVine too. Like, LaVine and Ant are similar players.
And LaVine has injury history. Has a much worse contract because he's on a max contract. Yeah. I just don't see how that makes us better. He's a horrible defender.
Mm-hmm.
But Anthony only had 11 points last night, so that means Zach LaVine is automatically better.
Time to
and
trade
we
him
overrate.
now, yep. Time to trade him now.
Yep. LaVine he's on a max contract. That's a lot more money. Let's see exactly what it is.
Why doesn't who have picks Marcus, the Blazers? Is that what he's asking about?
He's 37 million, 40 million, 43 million, 46 million, then 49 million in 26-27. And people are complaining about paying Ant 25 million. So almost double what Ant's getting.
Yep.
At the end of that contract.
Yep.
For someone who is averaging he is averaging 23 points a game. On 46% shooting field goal, 37.5% three-pointers, true shooting percentage of 59%, which is solid. See what Anthony's at. Defense is a wash because they both suck. You could also make the case that Anthony's improving in that regard. So Anthony is 0.8% lower field goal percentage, but higher three-point percentage. Has been a more consistent three-point shooter throughout his career. Is also 23, so he could still get better in that regard, and has a true shooting percentage this year of 59.4%. So better efficiency, despite that, almost the same points per game, despite you thinking he has worse games. So defense is a wash. Anthony's more efficient. LaVine scores more because he shoots more. averages about 2 more rebounds per game. So
yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. No bias in stats, right?
For almost for 14 million more this year, and then 20 million more the next few years, up to double the contract in 4 years. Yeah, that's the
type of moves we need to not make.
A very, very, very emphatic heck no, man. That's how you completely mess up a team, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You gotta make trades that allow for a higher ceiling if you're trading St. Anthony.
Yeah.
And you're basically making it so you can't.
If we had a borderline top 5 defense and the 20th ranked offense and didn't have a good starting shooting guard, then sure, let's go after LaVine. Absolutely. Like, if I'm a Knicks fan, I'm sitting there like, please go after LaVine. They've been better defensively than on the offensive end. They could use a, high-level scorer like that to add to Brunson and Randall. Sure. Like, Memphis could make some sense. They've been better defensively than offensively this year. So, I don't know. There's teams that make sense. Portland's not one of them for him. Hey, Tori, I saw you asking for Photoshop help. Have you tried Canva? I don't need help with... Oh, here you go. We got a trade. I was going to say, I'm not going to switch my whole platform. You got Jae Crowder heading to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Thank you for 5 seconds.
For 5 second-round picks. I didn't even know they had 5 second-round picks.
That's freaking funny, man. I love it. All right, who's going back? Is it going to be the poo-poo platter of...
that they were offering Phoenix?
George Hill and Jordan Nwora and someone else? Or is it going to be Grayson Allen going to
Yeah.
I've not, man, I thought a few years ago it was the Bucks, right? That traded 4 seconds for Mirotic from the Pelicans,
yeah,
right?
And then it didn't really pan out, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So random.
So yeah, I guess that's a good deal for the Bucks, depending on who they gave up.
Yep.
Jae Crowder is elite 3-and-D. You all forget so quickly. Yeah, you forget that he gave up on his team this year. I mean, he's not really that good of a 3-point shooter, and he's getting older, and his defense is kind of falling off. And he didn't even want to play this year, so. I mean, it's a good move for Milwaukee. I mean, that's exactly what they need right now.
Yeah.
But that's not someone the Blazers should have gone after.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I was like 4 seconds back in that Mirotic trade, and I was like, holy crap. And now they give up 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going for it too. But
every team is going for it, except for us.
Reese says that he doesn't think it's a good move for Milwaukee. I mean, 5 seconds is a lot, but
and how many of those seconds are going to be late seconds that don't even matter?
Yeah, this was pretty much the best they could do with the assets they had, so I don't mind it at all for them. People saying Woj is washed. Didn't he break the KD news last night?
Yeah, I think
that makes up for like 5 to 10 small trades like Jae Crowder and Mike Muscala. So yeah.
So Milwaukee obviously has to send salary back.
Mm-hmm.
They had what that salary could be.
They have Joe Ingles, so they maybe just signed him to use him in a trade. Yeah, I don't know. He actually has been playing recently, so.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, Crowder, I mean, they could re-sign Crowder. Reese doesn't mean it's just to have a season. But yeah, I agree. If he walks, that's more of a steep price, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cameron Weaver says, man, I would love Cam Johnson. Me too, man. Me too.
That's the one thing about this Jae Crowder trade is it does clear up that logjam a little bit at the forward spots.
But they still have like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know. So does Toronto, and they love them all.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Taylor says, I wonder if Shams and Woj ever get info at the exact same time. It's just a matter of who types quicker.
Seems like it sometimes.
Yeah, or they're on like a group text from like Sean Marks or something, and he's like, he just sends them both the same tweet and wants to see who, like, it's a game. That'd be fun if you were in a front office, like, doing the crap like that. Like, just, oops, I accidentally texted both of you at the same time. Have fun and see who wins.
Yeah, see who typos.
Take bets, like, in your office.
Because you can tell that. You can tell that they rush. Take bets in your office. Yeah. Have an office pool. That would be so much fun, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh, you need to become GM and then hire me just so we can do that alone. Oh my goodness, that's awesome.
Get Bet Online to sponsor our front office.
Just for pools on. Yeah. I wonder if there's a prop bet somewhere on like who's gonna break the most trades at the deadline, Shams or Woj, with odds. I bet you there's a sports book somewhere that has that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we shouldn't talk about other sports books though, because BetOnline is the best. Use the promo code BELIEVE, BLEAV, 50% rewards. This stream's brought to you by BetOnline. Thank you to them.
And in terms of the Lakers, AD, Bev, Troy for LaVine, DeRozan, Vooch, what do y'all think? I'd be surprised if they traded AD, although he was acting like a punk on LeBron's big night. So maybe LeBron is souring on him after seeing that.
What if we what do you think? What if we just randomly got AD out of nowhere? Imagine that.
Well.
But who would we trade, though?
We'd have to, at this point, it would have to be Simons and Nurk or...
No, we trade... So you know, like Chicago already Eric, I got it. I figured it out. Chicago already has our first, right? And then they have Zach LaVine. So we just trade them more of our future first, flip LaVine to the Lakers, and then the Lakers send us AD. And then we send Nurkic somewhere, along with. I don't think they're doing that. Yeah. That's the master plan. No, I don't think they're trading AD. Of course not. But that would be fun.
Travis says Stephen A. and Perkins were saying that Davis is acting that way because Westbrook during halftime sapping all the energy. I mean, that doesn't make sense why he would sit on the bench and not even cheer. Yeah, Lakers trade. That's weird. Thomas Bryant for Devon Reed?
Why are they doing that? Why are they trading for second-round picks?
Dennis, the trade deadline is over in about 3 hours.
That's a good trade for Denver. Like, 3 second-round picks is a little steep, probably, but they're obviously in win-now mode, and they've been playing DeAndre Jordan off the bench. Now they get a stretch 5 who cooked us earlier this year. I mean, I like that for Denver.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared. So the Lakers, with their trade yesterday, this doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you can play AD at the 5, you can play Jared Vanderbilt, small ball 5. But they don't have a center now, right? Like a legit center.
Well, I think Yusuf Nurkic is going there, and Portland just wanted a couple seconds back with AD.
No. But I was saying this last night. The Lakers still have Pat Bev's contract. They could do a pick swap, unprotected pick swap in 2028, and they could do their 2029 first still unprotected because they didn't trade that in that trade yesterday. So now they pick up 3 seconds. Mm-hmm. That's 3 seconds, an unprotected first in 2029, and I'll
update their payroll sheet too. We'll take a look at it in a sec.
And then, a pick swap in 2028, a first rounder unprotected in 2029, and 3 seconds. That's a pretty good package. And they have Beverly's contract, so they can
Would
get.
they even be going after though?
I don't know. Someone said Vucevic maybe in chat. I don't know if they can quite get there salary wise.
They just become a super team again with minimal assets. God, that would piss me off.
Could be Bogdanovich, Bojan. So a lot of people are saying that. That is.
Why can't we ever be this team doing this, Eric?
I don't know. But they kind of need a center. They could have gotten, man, that package could have gotten them Pirtle, man. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, Pirtle would have been a good get for them for sure.
But Reese basically says now that they got 3 seconds, they basically traded Thomas Bryant and Kendrick Nunn for Rui and Devon Reed. Pretty much washes it. Yeah.
That's just funny. This trade deadline has been freaking hilarious. Yeah. Okay, I'm updating this payroll sheet because I didn't put in there.
Lonnie. Yeah, Lonnie and Pat Bev match Vooch. It's definitely possible. Is that the move? Want to call it now?
Is that your call?
I don't know. Shagus would said, would the Lakers go after LaVine? I don't know how they do it. I guess they. How much does D'Angelo Russell make?
I know you had it. 31.3 mil.
I think that might be just enough. They can't combine any salary with it. It's really close because they're in the tax. I don't know if that's yeah. It means like 37 something.
Oh, that works.
It does it.
Yeah, because 20 matches 25, 24 matches 30. That's 6 million difference trading out 24. So 31 matches 37. Yeah.
Yeah. Do the Bulls do D'Angelo Russell a pick swap and a unprotected 2029 first in 3 seconds for LaVine?
I don't think they should. I don't think that's enough in
another trade. Let's go. Indiana is getting Jordan Nwora and 2 second rounders in this Nets Bucks 3-way deal.
Why? What is, I don't screw Jordan Nwora. They're just crap.
Well, I mean, they get 2 second rounders for taking him on.
That's impressive.
So Nwora is definitely part of it. Have we seen what the other pieces are?
Nope. Probably Ingles is my guess.
It wouldn't be 2 in addition to the 5. The Nets would just be sending 2 of the 5 seconds to the Pacers so that they, yeah. I don't know. Nwora on a new team where you can maybe get some minutes isn't terrible, but yeah. If I'm the Pacers, they have the Boston pick, which is probably going to be 30th. I thought they should have traded that for Vanderbilt because he's 23. He would have fit with their young core and plugged in right at power forward there. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, the Lakers been doing a bunch.
Goga is gone. Brady, it's not 7 seconds for Jae Crowder. It's 5, and 2 of them are going somewhere else.
Yeah, where'd you get 7? 7 seconds. That'd be amazing. All right, so let's see if this updated.
Reese says, Eric, can you tell me this? Tell you what?
So that's their first sheet. Now I have to put in Davon Reed instead of Thomas Bryant.
Reese asks, why would the Nuggets trade 3 seconds for Thomas Bryant when they can get 80% of him in Boogie Cousins? It's a good question, and they had Cousins last year, right? So, I mean, obviously, they didn't like that option. They already had it firsthand, so yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Thomas Bryant's okay. I mean, he's obviously better than DeAndre Jordan. Maybe that's the best they could get. And yeah. I mean, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is, I mean, he kind of can play up top like they do with Jokic a lot, to where, he spaces the floor, shooting the three. He's not the same passer as Jokic, obviously, but you can use him in the same spot in the offense, because he's a threat to shoot. So, like, right at the top of the key there. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Lakers' updated payroll. Unfortunately, I don't have Chris helping me today, but doing the best I can. Anyway. Whew. I need to start doing, like, neck circles. Anyway, shout out to all 750 of you. Hit the like button. It helps us out. Let's get that to at least 120 likes. Let's go higher than that. Let's hit 200. I don't know. Anyway.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
We're not getting Nicholas Claxton. Why would the Nets trade him right now? He's on a great contract. That's looking like one of the best contracts in the NBA. He's still young. He fits with their timeline. Yeah. Scurvy says, "Can we see a Blazers trade?"
We could potentially.
Yeah.
If Cronin does something.
I mean, we're still waiting on our trade to be official from last night. The Pacers are waiving Goga Bitadze. There's our big buyout market guy. I mean, honestly, the Nuggets should have just signed Goga.
I mean, Thomas Bryant's nice, though.
I mean, Goga's got some of the same things. He's, I don't know.
What's up,
I'm
Daryl?
not saying he's good or anything, but.
What's up, Daryl? Shout out to your Sixers. Let's see what they do. Pineapple
said, "Do you think GMs sleep at all this week?" I know Joe Cronin does, but but no. I mean, I wouldn't sleep this week if I was a GM, but.
Even on the trade deadline stream, we can't avoid the Nurkic hate. Y'all have a very loose definition of what trash is.
Reed asked, "Did you guys get the vibe Hart was unhappy in PDX? I thought he was super mediocre this year." No, I don't get that at all. I
mean, we heard that he was happy.
Yeah, I think he liked.
Dame said.
I think he liked the team and stuff. He just, I mean, sometimes this just gets in people's head.
Yeah.
You're on a team with 3 players averaging 20 points per game. You feel like you're a glue guy, not a scoring guy. And then sometimes you can take that too far. I do this all the time when I play. It's like people have to yell at me to be aggressive, sometimes because I like passing and I like getting teammates involved, and I only score when I want to. So, yeah. So, I mean, sometimes it's just like that. A player like him gets in his mind that he's going to be a facilitator and not shoot, and him shooting a 3 isn't as good as driving and kicking out to Dame or Ant or Grant. And I think he just took it a little too far, and he went a little too extreme with it this year. And then he tried to get it back, and it just messed with his head. I don't think it's anything more than that. I think he's still a competent player, and I still think he's a rotation piece on a championship team. I think that's better suited coming off the bench and him kind of running that second unit so he doesn't have that problem. But I think you're fine. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, let's be real. I mean, how many young athletes, rich players in their 20s really truly embrace the city of Portland as like in terms of non-basketball reasons. I mean, there are some people who are suited for this. If you're more the quiet, hardworking type, which I think Hart could be. But if you're like a social guy and like to do lots of things, it's raining all the time during the season here, and in the off season, you're probably not spending much time here. So like, I don't blame him for necessarily being a little down on nothing to do in Portland during off days and stuff. But yeah. Jake Sport says, "Hey guys, please let me know what you think about giving Ibubaji a chance to play." I mean, one, he's hurt right now, so he can't even play if we want him to. Two, everything we've heard is that he's very far away. There's a language barrier problem in terms of development. They're doing the best they can with that. But he's always been a long-term project that really is several years away from contributing. So, I mean, if we start tanking, I'm all for just giving him a bunch of minutes. But short of that, yeah, it's not happening. There was another donation from Iverson, $2 donation.
Iverson's donating? What's up, Iverson? He's feeling great after that trade last night for his Suns.
There's no message, so I don't know if you meant to leave a message or if it held it due to language or something. Iverson, if you just tag me, Eric Brandt, or Blazers Uprise in the chat, we could read off if there was supposed to be a message, but thank you. Sundo, what's up, Sundo? He says Iverson probably used bad language. Yeah, for sure. Mike with a $5 donation. Do you see any reason to hope that Ant or Sharp will become plus defenders in the next 2 years? I mean, Sharp. You're muted, by the way, Tori.
Yeah, because I'm typing.
Okay. Sharp has actually been, I mean, he struggled mightily on defense, but he's shown flashes that I didn't think we would see this year, which gives me hope that in the future, if he's dedicated to defense and Chauncey and the coaching staff can keep him giving effort on that end, that he'll eventually be fine once a couple years from now he learns how to do that. And stops or just understands the game better. I don't know. Plus defender, I don't know. He definitely has the athleticism and skill set to be a good defender. I just don't know. It's hard to know. In terms of Ant, I mean, he's gone from one of the worst defenders in the league to slightly negative defender. And you see signs also of him figuring things out. I think we talk about it every post-game show. This scheme is absolutely brutal for Ant because he spends half the game trying to guard bigs in the paint and being our rim protector while our biggest guys are out on the perimeter trying to guard guards and quicker guys. I think the times this season where we've just put Ant on the other team's best player, it's still not great in terms of him shutting. He's not going to be like a shutdown, lockdown defender. But I think he's done fine in those situations. And I think that's the way moving forward. So just get Ant to be a neutral defender, average, but make him more of a primary defender versus like trying to hide him and Dame. And then also I think Sharp can develop on the defensive end, but it's just a matter of work ethic and things like that, which seem to be good so far. I haven't heard anything to the contrary there. So I still have faith in both of those two as a defender. Warriors in talks to get Sadiq Bey, says Jake L. Fisher.
That's interesting.
So Iverson did leave a message. I'm so happy we got KD, but is there a way we add another bench piece if the trade is expanded or if we just make one? It's going to be hard. I think Phoenix still has some second round picks that they could maybe move around. You still have Saric's expiring contract, so maybe you get someone on a worse contract but can provide a little better depth than Saric had for a team just looking to get out of a contract. But yeah, it's going to be, I think, buyout market for the Suns with ring chasers. So you go get players. I mean, it'd be weird if they signed Russell Westbrook. But yeah. And then we have a few more donations. Jackson Burgess with an Australian $8 donation.
What's
holding
up,
this
Jackson?
message back because it contains profanity. Okay.
Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, Hyper Prime with a $5 dono says Brunson was hella hyped at his jersey retirement when he saw Hart got traded. Was it destiny? I mean, that's pretty cool that Hart gets to go and play with someone who he played with in college at Villanova.
Won a championship, too.
They could bring in another Villanova guy in Sadiq Bey, who it looks like he's going to get traded. Be interesting to see if the Warriors do indeed land him. Of course, Sadiq Bey hit a buzzer beater against Golden State in Golden State this year, so maybe they want him after that. That's kind of funny. And shout out to the Black Basketball Channel with Zen Master $10 dono says earned. Thank you. I'm glad I earned your dono. Appreciate the support.
Thanks, man.
Shout out Dickie
Thanks
Chung,
to everyone.
member for 3 months, says, will we have a shot in the future when West is so deep? I think we have to wait for a couple years. I mean, we try and get better for sure, but you don't want to make a move that you waste assets on getting a little bit better, but it's not enough to make any noise in the next year or two. I'd rather just play the young youth development long game in that regard. So at this point, I think Portland should be a little bit more patient than they should have been if the West was still as wide open as it was before the Lakers and the Suns got so much better. And a shout out to Oscar, $5 dono says, I'm the little kid from Incredibles. What are you waiting for? I don't know, something amazing. I know Tori won't get this, but I hope Eric will since he has kids. I've seen Incredibles, but I don't remember because it's been a while. So thank you, Oscar, with the $5 dono. Eric, did you get it?
Yep, absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. Just to see some magic happen, right?
Yeah.
Some superhero Cronin putting on the cape and saving this franchise.
You know the superheroes from SpongeBob?
Yeah,
That's Crowder.
like the old people.
Yeah. that's the superhero that Crowder is.
The wash superheroes.
Yeah, shout out to you in chat if you get that reference anyway.
Smog says, Eric, would we still have to waive some players if we made another trade of multiple players for one player today? It depends. Like I said, the other trade can't be official until we waive someone. So if it's waiting on another move to happen before it becomes official, then absolutely that would happen. But I mean, that means there has to be another shoe to drop still. So there has to be something else happen, whether it's us just waiving a player or us making another trade. Something has to happen in the next few hours. But, don't count on any of our media to actually find out the information on what's actually happening, or they probably don't even understand that we have to waive someone and aren't even asking about it today.
I want to talk about this Sadiq Bey rumor, Eric.
Okay.
So
Chris, can we update the Chris Haynes? Oh, did that not update?
he hasn't tweeted or anything, has he?
Oh, did he just say it?
No,
Big
it was
Force.
Jake Fisher. What are you talking about?
Oh. Someone said Chris Haynes
Oh, no.
earlier, so yeah.
No.
Oh, fake Chris Haynes. Guys, don't get fooled with fake stuff, man. Come
I
on.
know it's harder to tell now that Twitter made the blue check marks
Check the at.
universal by choice. But, yeah. Check the follower count, check the at, don't get trolled. But I wonder what the Warriors would give up. Because Sadiq Bey doesn't make much he makes $3 million. You know who's a really good match contractually and also maybe value-wise is Moses Moody.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that
Moody
would make
for
sense.
Bay straight up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why the Pistons are trying to trade Bay, though.
Well, I guess with Moody, you get another year of team control.
Yeah, you got 2 years, and then the red is for qualifying offer, by the way. So you got Sadiq Bay's qualifying offer in 2024.
Fisher said Wiseman, so there'd have to be like another like Poole and or not Poole, Kevin Knox, and although Pistons might have.
Well, I wonder if they'd throw in Nerlens Noel, or honestly, Eric. I mean, if you're getting back Wiseman for Sadiq Bey, I mean, Wiseman doesn't have a ton of value, but maybe Alec Burks is involved going back to Golden State.
Corey Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Golden State liking Alec Burks as a scorer off
Dude,
the bench.
Man, I've been saying this for a while. If I'm teams that are rebuilding, why wouldn't you take a chance on Wiseman?
I have no idea. I would. Why not?
I mean, they have Duran, I guess, but I mean,
Duran and Wiseman together.
Yeah. We saw Beef Stew as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get Wiseman, who was that was the same draft as Sadiq Bey, right? So was it?
Wiseman. Yeah.
Because they both still have 1 year left, I think.
Let me look at his contract. Wiseman, yeah.
Yeah, so you're basically trading up from the 19th pick in that draft to the second pick. Yeah. Liam says, is Wiseman the center version of Cam Reddish? Maybe. The only difference is, I mean, with Wiseman, he has had injuries, so that's part of it. But he's also went to a team that kind of, I mean, they're obviously winning. They won a championship last year. He didn't really fit style-wise. So it's only one team that he's been on that was a winning team that didn't really have developmental minutes for him. So you can make the argument that he just needs a better situation more so than with Reddish, I think. But it could also be that Wiseman's just a bust. I mean, he only played, 3 games in college before he backed out and didn't play anymore and just quit. Yeah. Thomas Bryant asked out. That's weird. So, yeah, I think Wiseman just needs a new situation. But, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be great or anything, but you're also
oh, I was muted, dang it.
You're also taking a chance but not giving up a ton. I mean, Sadiq Bey's been someone that's been expendable, so yeah. It's not like you're giving up Cade Cunningham for him or something, Yeah. So yeah, I'd absolutely do that if I'm a team like the Pistons.
Warriors' biggest weaknesses this year, the records are probably a little behind, but the stats I got from dunksandthrees.com. So free throw rate, turning the ball over, and then just defensive efficiency in general. They don't do a good job defending any 3 levels. So Sadiq Bey, he hasn't been the defender that people thought he might be able to be. I don't really know how he helps with any of those things. He's more 3-point shooting, but he's having a down year shooting the 3 ball. I've really soured on Sadiq Bey this year. I thought he was going to take a step up, and he took a step back. But in Golden State, maybe he could thrive.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Travis says Wiseman needs a team like the Hornets with ball throwing him lobs. I completely agree, man. Trade Plumlee for Wiseman or something, like, what are they doing with Plumlee still? But they did draft Mark Williams, who's played well when he's gotten minutes. Oh, no, we have a ball in Portland trade. We got Matisse Thybulle.
Why are we getting Matisse?
I told you yesterday. Frick. What did we give up?
It's probably a part of. It's probably a part of the Hart trade.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Do not tell me we gave up the first.
If we gave up the first from Matisse Thybulle, you'll see me lose my mind, Eric. You'll see me rage, probably.
That's what we needed, another guard, right? Another
guard that can't shoot.
Cronin, what are they supposed to do? Olshey left them with nobody over 6'7" that can play defense. And then we get Matisse Thybulle and Gary Payton. And what? So what's the trade?
I love being a Blazer fan because it's pure comedy.
We don't know. It just says Matisse Thybulle going to the Blazers. I mean, we told you guys since the draft that the Blazers were after a Thybulle type player. They get him. Oh, yes, we got another player. We couldn't get Vando, a defensive player that can't shoot, but now we got a different one. Yeah.
The way you said that made me think another player got added to the trade. I immediately checked Twitter. Oh, God, that's going to be our trade deadline. Cam
Nathan Mark says, come on, man, it's not that bad. He's a good defender. He's a guard. We have guard. He's not going to play that much. And if he plays, he's playing small forward or power forward. And we already have Gary Payton not getting minutes at that position or in that role. We got Cam Reddish, who everyone was working on, saying he was going to be like this breakout player for us, right? So, and we have Keon, who can't get a minute, who has defensive potential, too. And also, a lot of Thybulle's defense is fake defense. It's like the point where you...
Three-way with Charlotte, by the way.
Oh man, if the frickin' Hornets get Jalen McDaniels in this frickin' trade,
for the 76ers.
I mean, if the 76ers get him, and we decided to get Thybulle instead of Jalen McDaniels, a legit power forward that could bring some defense and some length and stuff.
Let's go. We suck. The Sixers are getting Jalen McDaniels.
No! What? Why? Cronin, what are you doing?
This is fun.
Perfect. He's perfect. We need size. Why would you include the Sixers in that? Why would you want Thybulle?
I told you guys he wasn't to be trusted.
What did we give up, dude? What did we give up? Please say we just got him for nothing and the Sixers are giving up the value.
I mean, that's the hope. That's the hope.
Maybe.
Oh, God. Dude, being a Blazer fan is pure freaking comedy. I love it because I hate it. I'm just embracing the misery, Eric. I mean, cool.
What?
I'm ready for us to give up something ridiculous in this
Please
trade.
say we just the Sixers gave up 3 seconds or something to New Orleans or to Charlotte for them, and the Hornets didn't want Thybulle, so they just gave him to us for free in this trade.
Yeah.
And
would you be okay with that then?
I'm fine with it, but then if they got... Okay, listen. If they got... Guys, do not post fake trades in chat. I don't care who you are. I will ban you if you say we traded Dame. We traded Dame for the Hornets. That's stupid. We don't need chat to say stuff like that. Please just do legit stuff. Anyways,
the Hornets will get multiple second-round picks in the deal. Who knows where those seconds are from? Probably Philly.
One from each. Okay, so multiple seconds, right? What did we have, Tori?
We did have multiple seconds.
We had multiple seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on who the Hornets get, if they get no one back, no contracts back, or if they get someone from us, we could have just skipped Philly and made that same trade, given them like an extra second, 3 or 4 seconds, and gotten Jalen McDaniels, a legit 6'8", 6'9" forward who can defend and shoot a little bit and has some length that we have said we needed forever. So,
Svi Mikhailuk to Charlotte. Goodbye, Svi. It was nice knowing you.
So, yeah.
Eric never learned how to pronounce your name when you were a Blazer for 10 hours. I mean,
so we could have traded Svi and 2 or 3 seconds and gotten Jalen McDaniels. It's not a rebuild if we're going for Thybulle.
I mean, Philadelphia doesn't even really have seconds. If you look at their seconds, Eric, 2 of them back up a first, and then they have a 2029 second. On Fanspo, I saw they had a 2023, but on Real GM, it said they didn't have a 2023. So I was kind of confused on that, so maybe they have an additional second. But it feels like we gave up a second in this deal for... If it was the case between like, oh, you have to give up 1 extra second, you can have Jalen McDaniels instead of Thybulle, and we decided, no, we'll just take Thybulle, then I might cry.
Can someone that has access to the Blazers please ask them what they did to finalize the Hart trade? Do we still have Greg Brown? Like, what actually happened? Because we can't trade Svi until that other trade is official.
Well, we're probably just combining.
Yeah. But we have Thybulle now. If for Svi, that means...
See, 2 weeks ago when I said I'm prepared for disappointment, this is exactly what I was preparing for.
Cam Reddish and Matisse Thybulle.
No, I was prepared for sentences of, well, we traded Svi for Matisse. I mean, just if you told yourself 2 weeks ago, yeah, on trade deadline day, you're going to be saying, oh, wow, we traded Svi for Matisse.
All right. I'm just saying this right now, okay? I'm going to put this out there. If you like Matisse Thybulle, I'm totally fine with that. Cool. If you think he's a good defender, fine. Like, I'm not going to argue with you. Congratulations. That's great. But if you like Matisse Thybulle, don't ever, ever come in our chat and say that Cronin can't get anyone, or he's hamstrung, or can't he just needs to add size eventually and then we'll be a contender or whatever, because he legit just passed up an opportunity to add size and chose to go with another guard. So I'm sick of the excuses if you like Thybulle. So just don't give Cronin a pass then down the road for not having the length in the front court that we need to contend with teams like the Suns who have freaking KD. And so yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's totally fine that if you like Thybulle, I understand. Just don't then go the other way down the road. I don't know, Shaggy Squid. I mean, they might trade Gary Payton now. I don't know. Like, what? I don't know. If we could trade Gary Payton for, like, Dorian Finney-Smith or something.
Eric, I'm done proposing things that are good. I'm done even thinking about possibilities that are good. Because I don't think it's possible that Cronin does something good. I mean, he gets the guy... Olshey always gets the guy he wants. Well, Cronin wanted Matisse Thybulle last offseason.
2029 second from Portland. And a 2024 second?
There's a 2024 second? Did the Sixers have him or what? Did the Sixers have that pick or did we give up the seconds?
Looks like we gave up both seconds.
Wait, we gave up both seconds? We had a second from New York?
Maybe did they have one of our picks? Did they have our second in 2024?
We didn't have a New York second in 2024. I don't know. The Sixers picks were confusing.
Does New York have our second? Maybe they're giving us an extra second in that trade last night.
They don't have their own second.
Do they have ours?
No. Not going into the deadline.
Does Philadelphia have ours?
No, not that I saw. I mean, that's what I had Philadelphia having. So I don't know where that second came from.
So we... Shout out to Jack M, $2 donations. Donation. We freaking gave up 2 seconds. Thank you for the donation. And Barking Box, $2 donation. Something doesn't feel right about all of this. Jordan Baker, $2 donation with the game over ghost hippopotamus.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start dropping that sticker, man, so that you can keep donating.
Oh my god. Oh, we literally could have just... We could have just traded Shvi and... Because that's what the Hornets got, right? Shvi and 2 seconds from us?
I mean, I don't know where that second came from. Thanks, Patriot. Appreciate it.
Do you have Chris Brandlin's dono? I never saw a dono from you, man. I'm sorry.
Mr. B says, you literally just said that earlier, that seconds aren't worth much, so why do you care if it's 1 or 2? I said that late seconds don't matter much. And
for a team going for a championship, too, like the Bucks.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Yeah, completely different. And if it was the choice between Matisse Thybulle and Jaden McDaniels, and we chose Matisse Thybulle... We're basically the guard version of the Raptors at this point, Eric. We're trying to make it so we can't shoot, and we have too many guards instead of too many forwards. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, Cam Reddish can't shoot. Justice Winslow can't shoot. Matisse Thybulle can't shoot. Gary Payton II isn't much of a shooter. They're all like 6'4".
This will help our spacing on the bench, too.
I mean, Cronin's a freaking moron. Like, I was trying to give him a chance, but I don't trust him. I do not trust him at all. He's a nice guy and a PR guy. And everybody thinks he has some master plan. But then they sit there and complain about length and say it's Olshay's fault. But then, like, it looks like Cronin just picked 6'4", 6'5" Matisse Thybulle over 6'9". Jaden McDaniels. Jalen McDaniels. It doesn't even matter which McDaniels he is because we didn't get him.
Liam Best, Australian $2 donation. Thank you, Liam. Aussie fan, mad and happy at the same time. LOL. That's funny.
Hopefully Matisse starts doing YouTube again, at least.
Yeah. Maybe he'll come on this show. News012, $5 donation. Love how we are getting players who can't help with Dame being trapped. Go Blazers. Yeah. Exactly.
Laughing misery.
Can you go back and look? Yeah, nothing against Matisse. Like, he could, as a defender, he can help a lot of teams. It's just, I don't want him playing small forward or power forward because he ruins the spacing with our starters. And off the bench, we've had a problem all season with spacing. And so, like, where's he going to play? It's the same thing with we said with the Keon trade. It makes no sense to keep getting these guards and keep Dame and Ant with no chance for them to play. There's no minutes. Like, we're going to start him at the 3 and ruin our spacing in our starting lineup? Or what?
So wings that we have, right? We got Dame and Ant at the guard spots, but then who do we have for wings? Let's try and count them all.
Nas.
Well, let me go to our payroll and then, like, obviously add Matisse. So we got, just going down, right, on the wings, we got Gary Payton II, Cam Reddish, Shaden Sharp, Nasir Little, Justice Winslow's kind of a combo forward, Keon Johnson's, kind of a combo guard, but sure. You got, and then you got Matisse Thybulle as well. That's a whole lot of mid and a whole lot of wings. Like, who do you even play? What, you going to play every wing 10 minutes a game and hope that 10 minutes a game helps them play so hard that they are good? I don't know. What's the strategy here? I don't know. What are we doing? What is our plan? What is the master plan that we've been promised for a whole year now? Are we starting to see it? Or are we supposed to be bad for longer? How long are we supposed to be bad as part of this plan, Eric? Is it supposed to be bad? Next year, are we supposed to be bad too?
It's literally just make moves that look good on paper, but then you can then go back and say, oh, we're limited and we couldn't really do anything. And yeah, it's going to take time, guys. Just wait. Like, it'll all come together.
I mean, even Rob Pelinka had a good deadline.
We can't combine Thybulle with another player. Like, we have to trade him by himself if we retrade him. So that's the other thing. Like, I guess there's a lot of other platforms that try to say this. Like, all summer, right? It was, oh, don't worry, we're not re-signing Nurk. Look, he didn't sign on day one. That means we're trading for Ayton. And then after we signed Nurkic and Simons, it was for 5 days. Oh, maybe they could back out of the deal and still do something else, right? Like, that was literally their plan, was to hope that the Blazers would back out of agreements they already made so that they could go after someone else. And that's not what's happening. Like, we can't just like back out of deals or make stuff happen elsewhere. But yeah, it's just weird.
So,
like,
go on, keep going.
But yeah, I don't want to hear that he didn't really have a chance to do anything.
Well, it turns out maybe it's a good thing we didn't get Jalen McDaniels, because apparently he's a POS. There was something that leaked that he recorded encounters with 2 women and shared them without their consent. Sent both. And honestly,
okay,
I've so he went to high school in Washington State. So did Jaden. Like, years ago, I never thought much of it, but somebody did say that they were a little weird. Like, type of guys to do something like that.
I thought it was Jaden, not Jalen, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was Jaden too. And, yeah, but I have heard something like that in the past, so, okay, fine, I guess. But what's our plan still? The Pacers, well, Eric, speaking of plans, I guess the plan for every team other than us is to reacquire players that they've already had, because in the newest episode of Who's Going Back to Where They've Played Before, George Hill is going back to the Indiana Pacers.
So they're getting both Hill. I'm guessing that's still part of the Nets trade too?
Probably.
Yeah.
So what was the other second we gave up? I'm still confused.
I don't know. It says 2024 second from New York or something. I don't know. I mean, nothing's official.
And have their second.
We're not going to do anything. I don't know. Do they have any seconds?
Deadline. Who? New York?
Yeah.
They have a bunch of seconds, but not their own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe it's just via, so it could be any of those. It doesn't necessarily have to be New York's, but.
But that's like a second that basically is routed through us.
Yeah. Jakob Hauge with the Norwegian crony $50 donation. Could there be more happening here? Thybulle and Cam in another trade package. Sorry if the question is dumb. Not a dumb question. But once that trade is official, we can't combine Thybulle and Cam Reddish together for a trade. We can only trade them separately today. So that would have to be in the off season, and Cam Reddish is a free agent. And is Thybulle a free agent after this year? Is he in the last year of his deal? Was he the Nas draft?
Let me look. Yep, restricted free agent.
So this brings me to another point that I touched upon this last night when we talked about the Cam Reddish trade. but now we have 2 players who are restricted free agents. So we won't be able to trade them this summer. And don't tell me sign and trade. That doesn't happen. So we have 2 players now that we can't use as contract filler. So I was hoping for trades that brought back players with salary this summer that we could use in trades if we get all our picks back, or along with if we end up getting the lottery pick, along with that pick to go after someone. But now we have 2 free agents who, if they play well for us, we're going to have to pay. We might have to decide to match an offer from someone else if they see them playing well here. And then on top of that, we have a situation where if they suck, we'd probably let them walk because we wouldn't want to offer them a qualifying offer. And if they take it, they're not worth the qualifying offers if they're not good here. So we might have just made 2 trades for absolutely no reason and have nothing to show for it in the offseason. Carter with a $2 donation on the bright side. Graphics look great, Tori.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you like the graphics, leave a like on the stream. It helps us out. But appreciate it.
I'm along with the $2 donation. We getting Zach back to follow the NBA trend. Yeah, I mean, that would kind of save it for me. I would love to get Zach back. If we can get Zach back, I'd be fine with that. And then Chris Brandlin sent me his donation. He had a $5 donation earlier. Sorry we missed it. I said Joe Cronin's in the business of making other teams better. Winky face. Yeah.
Dude, I'm trying not to get mad. Because I'm stuck between just laughing and yelling. And it's a weird place to be.
Yeah, we traded 1 for 1, so we still have to figure out a way to cut a player somehow.
Oh no, well, you know what we'll do? We'll figure out a way to lump Kenyon Martin Jr. into this somehow, because that's another guy Cronin wanted. At least
he's taller than Matisse. And
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally the Toronto Raptors of guards.
Jonathan Castillo, this is your one and only warning. LeBron James traded to Boston Celtics. LeBron can't even be traded this year, so it's not even funny. It's just stupid.
Bang.
Once again, so this is the top of the show. Do not post fake trades. Do not troll. I'll just, we're not going to do any more warnings, so just please don't.
Yep.
Ibaka is also going to the Pacers.
Yeah. I saw that. I mean, that trade is just...
So the Nets are basically getting nothing. They're just giving all those picks to the Pacers to take all these guys.
Yeah, the Pacers had some cap space going into this.
Knicks and Bulls discussing the LaVine trade. Are we really raging? I don't know. Do you have the donations? Eli says... they donated, and I didn't see that one either.
I mean, my YouTube's glitching, so I didn't see it. Eli, just send us a message. We'll read it.
I've been trying to keep up with all of them. But yeah, just tag Eric Brandt in the chat.
I on Eric to keep up with them, because I'm, working graphics and all that. Oh, man. Matisse Thybulle was a freaking Blazer. Cool. I feel like Cronin just didn't have a backup plan beyond Vanderbilt and thought he was going to get Vanderbilt. Then when you didn't get Vanderbilt, I had no idea what to do and panicked.
Okay. Yes, Array. They could be restricted free agents. Both of them, Matisse and Cam Reddish, but let me just give you an example. Sorry, do you maybe want to pin a message about not posting fake trades?
Sure.
Eli says $5 donation. Was there a message?
Yeah, we'll read off the message. YouTube won't let us go up, and YouTube's donation feed will just like donos will disappear. So nothing we can do. Really unfortunate when chat's moving like this. It gets harder, especially when I'm working graphics too on top of that. So yeah, just leave the message. We're definitely trying our best to read off every single one because we appreciate it. Do not post fake trades, and then pin. Yeah. Okay. If anybody disobeys that, they're getting ban hammered.
So, in order to make Matisse Thybulle a restricted free agent to match...
Oh, it's back, Eric. I found it.
Okay, nice.
Shout out Eli Hanna, $5 dono. Says, appreciate both your efforts, content, and knowledge. Another deadline day slaying it. If we do lean young, can we assume GP2 is available? Thank you, Eli. Appreciate it. I don't think GP2 is getting traded.
Yeah, I think they just want as many small defenders as possible so they can have the excuse that they don't have length still.
Yeah.
Ty the Great 91 with the $2 donation. Hope we get something else done today. Go Blazers. Yep, go Blazers. Thanks for the donation. And thank you to everyone who donated, and thank you to everyone who's here watching. Mm-hmm. People are Ron Sexton spamming that your mic is really quiet, but he's the only one that I've seen said that. Is Tori's mic quiet for everyone else, or is it?
I mean, I would let more people than one say it because people really want attention because we got like 1,000 people in here. So
yeah. Other people are saying no.
Yeah. So
yes, his mic is fine. No. Jakob Hauge with another $20 Norwegian krone donation. Is OG like gone now or still a possibility? I mean, it's still possible. Until he's traded to another team, it's obviously still possible. It's just now it has to be. I can't imagine the Raptors would want Nurk after trading for Portal. I mean, maybe. It doesn't make a ton of sense. So you're talking, what? GP2, Nas, and Winslow, and like 4 firsts or 3 firsts, and unprotecting the Chicago pick, or trading the Knicks pick for our picks back and trading 3 unprotected firsts for him. So that's probably the starting point. But yeah, is Koloko good enough to start at center? Not right now, I don't think. I mean, he wasn't. He started a few games for the Raptors, but yeah. Are you muted again?
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself. I'm not that tired, actually. I saw a comment that says Tori's been up all night. He's tired, y'all. I do pretty well on these streams after pulling all-nighters. Believe it or not.
If you went back, was there any other donations we missed that you saw?
I've been counting on you to keep up with them. I mean, you had Oscar, we think that, Eli, then Chris Branlin, then Jack. Yeah.
What was Jack's? Did we read it?
We read it. Yeah.
Okay. Carter with another $2 donation. The Hart Vando Kelly trade looking better now. Crying. Yeah. It does look better now.
Much better. I mean, that's why you should expect disappointment, so you can be happy with anything remotely competent.
Abhishek Anand with the $2 donation. Any moves we can make to add some shooting? Yeah, I mean, there's still shooters out there. I'd still be happy if we got Cam Johnson somehow. Might as well add a third restricted free agent to that mix that we have to pay this summer. Go all in on restricted free agents. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. B, I've already said it like 100 times, including just saying it 5 seconds ago. So, yeah. I told the whole story last night on streams as well. We still don't have a big man. Oh, what are you talking about, Shaggy Squid? We got Drew Eubanks. It's all good, Mr. B. I'm just messing with you, but I have said it multiple times. But yeah, it was Cameron Johnson. But that ship sailed when they got new ownership, and yeah. Trade Sharp and Nurk to the Magic. Okay, that's a great idea, Brisbane. That'll send us into contention. What does a Cam Johnson trade look like? I mean, at this point, you just got to hope that like Winslow and an expiring or the Knicks first is enough to get him. I don't know. It's when players get traded. It's difficult because, like there hasn't been enough time to know how a team is feeling outside of like Mikal Bridges, who they're saying they're not trading, who they probably got a bunch of calls for. Yeah. You're muted again too if you're talking.
No, I'm just responding to a Twitter tweet.
Oh.
Because there's, some people like the Thybulle trade because some people are okay with anything.
Yeah, so now we have two defenders, Thybulle and Reddish, who are both known probably amongst the greatest at this in the NBA of being gamblers for steals and getting out of position a lot because of that. And we already have a problem with players getting blown by on the perimeter, and Thybulle is the kind of guy who does get steals and looks good at times defensively, but other times gambles, and it costs the team defensive possessions a lot. So, yeah. Hutch says it was said that the Blazers were looking for size, experience, and smarts today. Well, I mean, I guess they got experience. 3.5 years in the NBA's experience.
Yeah, that's funny.
We've
Do
heard
the Blazers
all
even know what they're looking for?
The Blazers, Cronin, Anthony Simons, Dame, the announcers every game recently have all said, oh, what's Portland supposed to do? They need length in the front court. They need length. What are we like until we get length? There's not much we can do. Now instead we're going all in on this freaking having our guards be our rim protection crap. Like
We're basically just trying to become the smallest team possible. That's also the worst three-point shooting team possible. Because that just seems like a great idea to have both those things be true.
Jack M says, $2 donation. Hey, Tori, at least we have the Mariners, right?
The Mariners and Blazers have switched places. It's amazing. Now the Blazers are being managed like the Mariners used to be. I love it. You got Lowell in trades now, too, man. I mean, so it looks like we give up at least a second. This trade's a part of the Knicks trade, I think, somehow. We'll have to wait and see.
Demir said a slow-mo trade doesn't look so bad now, Eric. Yeah, I mean, at least he's forward size.
Yep. Coker Time says, you guys are a bummer. Okay, well, you want me to fake to be excited when our team does crummy stuff like this?
Aeromancer says, to add to the gambling gang, let's go for Gary Trent Jr. and Robert Covington back. Yeah, that's perfect.
What?
I mean, or just go watch someone else, Brad.
Yeah, if you feel the need to insult us, you should go watch someone else. Yeah. I'm kind of tired of my team being stuck in mediocrity. I don't know about you. I got to turn off my buzzer. Okay, so
yeah, Matisse Thybulle has a qualifying offer of 6.275 million. So we have to offer him that contract of almost 6.3 million just to have the rights to re-sign him. And then go ahead.
I'm wondering if maybe they're looking to trade GP2 and Thybulle's the replacement for him.
Maybe. Cam Reddish's qualifying offer, by the way, $8.1 million. So you have to pay him just for the rights to match that, which he might just accept if he doesn't get better offers. So you might be on the hook for him, and then he has a no trade clause if he accepts that and all that next year. So, yeah.
Sorry, I am. Yeah. Birds fan 57 says heartbroken about Matisse. Loved him here in Philly. Great kid, handsome, wonderful teammate. He will be missed. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a great guy. Obviously, he's a good defensive player. I wish he could shoot threes more now that he's on my team. I don't want, I wish he was more of a two-way guy. But I mean, great guy. It seems like, I don't know. So that's cool. I know he's a bit of a fan favorite there in Philly, so I'm sure he could become one in Portland. We'll see. Just want some size on this team too. Would be nice.
I just don't understand why we're spending assets to get more smaller players.
Yeah. I mean, so the Warriors are shopping Wiseman, right? Because wasn't he the guy rumored to be going to Detroit for Sadiq Bey?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Detroit has
You're gonna say for Gary Payton back.
Gary Payton back to Golden State for Wiseman?
I don't know.
Would you be a fan of that right now?
I mean, that's another step that we're giving up on the season.
Yeah, but like that's that swing, right?
I mean, it's a swing. I guess I'm not like super opposed to it, but
would we be able to? I mean, I'd do that in a heartbeat right now, because GP2 has just been.
Yeah.
If
I think you gotta consider it.
Like Thybulle. Like, we need as much defense as possible, but Thybulle and him are both small wing defenders.
Yeah.
And then you got Cam Reddish, too, who's supposed to be a solid defender. And they probably plan on keeping him, too. So it's like, if it's just like super redundant where one of those guys probably isn't going to get minutes because you still have Nas and you still have Sharp. So you have a bit of a logjam there now. When you look at Golden State, Wiseman makes a little under 10 mil. For Portland, GP2 makes a little over 8 mil. We have to trade out another contract. We have to get rid of another contract. I don't know. I mean, I could see.
Thomas Oransky has what it'll be.
What will it be?
GP2 and Sadiq to Golden State, Wiseman to the Pistons, Nerlens Noel to Portland. And everyone will love it because Nerlens Noel is amazing, right?
Stop. Just stop. Just stop. I mean, that... So we turn Hart into... So what would that be? We turn Hart and GP2 into Reddish, Thybulle, Wiseman, and potentially we'd still have that first as well. I mean, you're going young with Flyers and you replace GP2 with somebody who will actually play consistently. I don't know if I hate that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know what's accomplishing, but yeah. So, okay, well, at this point, Eric, that's what I'm hoping for, I guess, is that trade. Because I brought up that trade on one of my interviews on NBA Uprise with Evan. And it's like, so I did an interview with Knicks Fan TV with Alex from Knicks Fans TV. Talked about Josh Hart to the Knicks. That happened. I did an interview with Romp. Romp said, in the past he's been a Matisse Thybulle hater, but not this year. Now we got Matisse Thybulle. We talked about Thybulle. And then I talked with Evan about Wiseman. I mean, just complete the trifecta right there. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess my thing, I mean, it'd be okay if Gary Payton's going to Golden State, but that pretty much ruins any chance of getting an actual wing that could help us this year. So if that's our goal, if we're giving up on this season and going for lottery again, those kind of trades would make sense, I guess.
I mean, are we that much worse than we were?
I mean, even with Hart's non-shooting, he's still better than anyone we've gotten so far, at least for this season.
Yeah, I mean, we're not winning this year regardless, so... I mean, I think you have enough there where you could maybe paint it as, we're not giving up on this year, we just want to get younger and take a chance on some guys that could pop. I think that's what they'll portray it as.
Because they don't see it as giving up, Sean. That's the problem. That's why I don't like giving up seconds. So.
Anyway. Nothing's happening. This is where we chill, I guess.
But you also have to keep in mind, for those thinking that we're going to be in the lottery to use it as a trade chip, we're running out of options to attach to that pick to get someone. So you have to have matching salary when you're over the cap. So if we traded, I guess you'd have Wiseman, I guess, if we did that trade. But, yeah. No, I cannot grade these trades so far because they're incomplete until I know all the information about the trades. It's still, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have anyone that asks questions. So, yeah, we still don't even know what's going on. I mean, we knew they were interested in Matisse Thybulle prior to the draft. They came close in a Philly Eric Gordon trade that got pulled at the last minute. They were going to be the third team in that deal to take Thybulle from Houston. But then we signed Gary Payton the second. So ever since we did that, Thybulle makes no sense. So Vedran says, can we get Bogdanovich somehow? I mean, yeah, let's get another guard. Sure. We need another shooting guard, right? Yeah, DJ Vega says, still weird to me how we haven't gotten news on that 16th roster spot. Hornets-Sixers deal was a 3-team deal. I think we're still looking to make the Knicks one a 3-team. But
I mean, we traded Shvee. A 6-team deal right now.
We traded Shvee, so we had to have completed that somehow. Can someone please find out?
That could have been us flipping Shvee as part of the same deal, though.
Yeah, but none of these trades can be finalized, like DJ Vega says, until we...
I know, but it could be okay, this is what we're getting. The trade's not finalized. We'll flip you Shvee. Right. Like,
Antonio Thybulle Nation, McDaniels had some sexual misconduct issues he admitted to. Could be a reason Joe didn't want to go for him. Yeah, absolutely. If that's the case, sure. Any chance we swoop in for Claxton? Now, Claxton's not getting traded, man. Yeah. He's a young big who's improved immensely, is one of the best defenders in the league, and is young on a great contract. There's no way you're getting that. Yeah. What's the best avenue for the Blazers today? Best possible scenario from here on out? Best possible scenario is we somehow steal a wing that can actually defend forwards and big players today before without giving up too much. So gotta hope that's the case, but I don't know how we do that now.
why did I support this crappy? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I just need to get off Twitter. Anyway, and I need Twitter to wake up as far as the 3 Twitter feeds we have on the stream, because nothing's happening. You know, this is like the calm before the storm.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there isn't like much of a storm. Maybe, you know, it's like whenever people worry about hurricanes and then they turn away from shore last second. Maybe it's that, right? But this feels like the calm before the storm. D. Thomas 19, the next storm. Because last night was a tornado. Now we're waiting on the hurricane. Because you still got OG out there, you still got Sadiq Bey out there, you still got Bogdanovich, both Bogdanoviches, I guess, out there.
Yeah, see, this is the way I look at it. Portland, throughout Olshay's tenure and now Cronin's tenure, we've gotten players that are only good at one specific thing, and their liabilities make it difficult to fully contend or win by trying to fit players into roles that they're not really suited for. For example, we need defense around Dame and Anthony, right? But if you play Thybulle and Payton, you have them guarding forwards, or you have them guarding guards, and now you're back to having Dame and Anthony guard the small forward and power forwards on other teams. And then the spacing for Anthony and Dame gets closed in, and they can just pack the paint, and they will literally just make Gary Payton and Thybulle become 3-point shooters in the corner. So I'm just sick of the whole experiment of getting players that are good at one thing and are a complete detriment to the team at another thing. And so that's my problem, is like we need a player like Cam Johnson is the best thing I can think of to say he's a positive defender and can shoot the ball and play offense. So like if we can get a Cam Johnson still, I think we can maybe save it to where you can maybe make the case where our spacing is still good enough to maybe kind of make something work with these defenders who can't shoot, and then you have lineups where you can play Grant and Cam together and just completely space the floor, or you could go completely defensive situational lineups and stuff like that. But yeah, I just don't like it hasn't worked putting defenders that can't shoot around Dame and stuff, and it also hasn't worked putting all offensive players who can't play defense. We need players who can do kind of both things, and I just don't like continuing year after year to get players who are only good at one and hope that solves an issue while also creating another issue that we're just going to have to address at some point down the road too. So
yep, exactly because there's people out there like, what, we need defensive help and we got it, he's a great defender, what are you mad about? He's really bad offensively, and that gets exploited in the playoffs. But it's like, if our goal is in the playoffs, then what's our goal long term with him? He's a restricted free agent this offseason. But that's the thing. He's a one-way player, as you said. We need two-way players. That's what you win with in the NBA. Look at how many good teams have role players that play on both sides of the floor, that can play off the ball, do a little something with the ball, and play defense, right? And we just do not get those players at all. We get Justice Winslow, who can't hit a shot, whether it's a layup or a three. We get, Cam Reddish has been inefficient his entire career and very inconsistent offensively. GP2, who's only good offensively if he's in Golden State's system, it seems. Like, that's the type of guys we get. That's the problem. And it's baffling to me that people don't understand why people would be upset with not getting two-way players. Because that's the thing. It's like, Eric, we can get a bunch of wing defenders that struggle to shoot. Okay, well, yeah, that'll help our defense. Guess what? Our shooting's going to get worse. So what? Instead of being good offensively and bad defensively, we're just going to be completely mid on both sides of the floor, and that's supposed to be a good thing?
But, like, how... And Thybulle's going to play 30 minutes a game to help our defense. Like, him playing 10 minutes a game isn't going to help that much.
Yeah.
Like, where's he getting minutes on this roster?
I mean, there's a reason he's not playing in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
If he was that great of a defender, you would think that he would play more.
Yeah. Okay. This is my stance. I kind of said it earlier. If you like Thybulle, good transaction. If you like that kind of move, great, fine. I'm cool with that. I just don't want to see, 2 weeks from now, you posting a thing like, "What's Chauncey supposed to do? He doesn't have a 6'9" guy that can guard this situation," or whatever. When I say, like, this is why our defense sucks, and I don't want to hear excuses that Chauncey doesn't have length, and I don't want to see any posts about, this is the size of our team, what are they supposed to do against the Denver Nuggets who have Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. as their forwards, right? Like, I don't want to hear those arguments. Just, it's fine if you like Thybulle, but you're saying that you're completely fine with our size disadvantage. That's been the thing that people have complained about, right? Especially this year, is we don't have length, right? We have one player over 6'9" on our entire roster outside the two-way guys. So that's been a lot of people's complaints. It's not just that we need defenders, it's that we need length in the front court. We need bigger players who can actually guard LeBron James and Anthony Davis and now Kevin Durant and Jason Tatum and the two guys from Denver that I just mentioned, and whoever else you want to include in there. And we're literally just adding more smallish defenders that can't do that. And maybe you can make the case that Cam Reddish can, but he's got some length. He's about he's an inch taller than Nasir Little without shoes, and about the same wingspan. So like you're basically saying that like a slightly bigger Nas is going to be the answer to all those problems, but he's still 6'6.5" without shoes. It's still not a case where we're adding a bunch of big, lengthy defenders. So, and until that happens, I'm fine with adding defense. Just then don't say that length is the problem. because that was obviously ignored with these moves.
It's just so funny, like, but then people want to trade, like, are desperate to trade the one guy with length for his position in Yusuf Nurkic. It's like our one guy that's, I mean, Grant too, right? But other than them, like, we're small everywhere.
Andrew Miller with the $10 donation. From what you said last night.
What's up, Andrew? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, Andrew, hi. With the Durant trade and LA getting better, we should tank for 2 years, focusing on 2025 contention. You guys are the best Blazers content out there. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if like you necessarily have to outright tank, but I do think I would not make moves like this Thybulle one where it's kind of short-sighted too. And yeah. And then Cole Ray with the $2 donation. Thanks, Cole. But Chauncey got his dogs in quotation mark. Yeah.
Well, we traded one of his dogs, so unfortunately.
Smog, yeah. Go ahead and post it in the chat if you can, or message me on Discord. But once again, how are we finalizing a pick and know exactly what picks are in a secondary trade when we don't even know the full extent of the first trade? I don't get it.
Yep, which says to me nothing's finalized, and it's all speculative. It's all, well, we agreed to this deal with these assets, we'll flip this asset your way, and
then Shaggy Squid with a $5 donation, or Australian dollar donation. I like the Thybulle trade value-wise, but the fit doesn't make sense with GP2 on the roster. Zero logic behind it. Why do we love small guards / wings? Yeah, I don't know, man. Aaron Fentress is calling for us to go after John Collins.
At least he's taller than 6'5".
Yeah.
It's kind of the standard now, unfortunately. Things real quiet. Something's got to be brewing somewhere. Something's brewing somewhere. Who knows if it's related to the Blazers or not, though? I don't.
All right. I mean, I don't understand this at all. So Portland did give up 2 seconds. So Portland gave up the 2027 more favorable between New Orleans and Portland, and a 2029 Portland.
Cool.
And somehow, did the Hornets have a second from the Knicks? A 2024 second from the Knicks?
Yeah, I don't know where that Knicks second comes in at.
Must be Charlotte. They have to have it.
People are saying I have a rant brewing.
Thybulle. Philadelphia gets Thybulle, the 2023 more favorable of Atlanta, Charlotte, and Brooklyn.
That's a good second.
And receive Jalen McDaniels. Or no, they traded. Okay. They give up Thybulle in the 2023, but they receive McDaniels in 2 seconds. What? They got 1 second from us. The 2029 Portland second went to Philly, and then the Charlotte must have given them a second, but then we give Charlotte a second. Like, I don't understand when trades like that happen. So Charlotte trades McDaniels and a 2024 New York second and receives the more favorable. Oh, so they basically just did it to move up to having the most favorable between their pick, Brooklyn, and Atlanta second this year. So they just moved a second next year to move to have a high second this year because their pick is going to be high. And then they get the more favorable of the 2027 New Orleans, Portland. So yeah, we gave up 2 seconds and to get Thybulle and Shvee.
Shout out to you. Read Shaggy Squids last, right?
Yeah.
Shout out Andrew Miller, $5 dono. Says, he got that dog in him is not enough for a winning formula, unfortunately. Yeah, and we can't find the winning formula, unfortunately. Thank you, Andrew, for the $5 dono.
This is what another thing that drives me crazy, okay? All off-season, media day. What did we hear? Chauncey got his guys. Chauncey has a team of players that he handpicked, he wanted to get, right? Now that team starts struggling on defense, and then all of a sudden it's like, now it's, we don't have length, right? We need a better front court. We need better rim protection, all this kind of crap. And so what do? We trade for another guard defender. Like, so, I mean, like I said, that's fine. Just don't then make those excuses otherwise. But you already had a team of your dogs. So, like, what? I don't know. I guess you can always get more of them, but once again, I just don't think there's enough minutes for all these smaller players to play, and I want some front court players.
Yep. Manitas de Piedra with a $5 dono says, KD, arguably best player, Booker, best shooting guard, Ayton, third best center after Jokic and Embiid, and CP3, last year of a future Hall of Famer, equals champs. Yes, congratulations. Might as well stop playing the season. Congratulations on your ring, Phoenix Suns fans.
I mean, it's pretty freaking good.
They already won the championship.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with those rankings, but if they stay healthy, they're going to be yeah.
Yeah, might as well just off-season time. Anyway. Can we stop arguing in chat? Nuggets gave up seconds for Thomas Bryant, which seems reasonable. Can something happen, please?
Something else to talk about.
Yeah. I wonder if Memphis is going to make a play for OG. Danny Green, Zaire Williams is a really good start to a package. And then, maybe like the Warriors first in 2024 seems like it could be decent. Look at Jake Fisher. Jake Fisher. Okay, I'll look at Jake Fisher.
Says we were talking to Golden State about Wiseman.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway.
I wouldn't be surprised if Memphis looked at trading Dillon Brooks, who got booed from his home crowd.
Dillon Brooks,
I don't remember if that was last night or the night before, but yeah.
So yeah, Golden State talking Portland, San Antonio about James Wiseman. Pistons and Hawks have talked a separate John Collins deal, but being told momentum there is stalled.
Yeah, nobody would want Dillon Brooks. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want Dillon Brooks.
I'm not saying for the Blazers. That's not what I was saying. But Chauncey's guys, he's one of Chauncey's guys. He loves Dillon Brooks. So.
What are the Blazers doing? Says Cody. Well, apparently they're talking to Golden State on Wiseman, which means that they probably would trade Gary Payton II back to Golden State, since this is the trade deadline where teams reunite with players that they used to have before. And then Thybulle would be the Gary Payton II replacement, and at least would make a little bit more sense. I mean, I guessed at that earlier. It's kind of my gut feeling as to what Portland could be trying to do. I have no idea, though. Shout out to Loyobamir Neshev with the 10 Bulgarian dollar dono. Says, hey guys, probably you talked about it, but I just came in. I don't get it. Why the Lakers are being helped, not just now, but always. Is there a normal explanation? Thanks. Keep up the good work. I mean, lucky, I guess. I don't know. It's not like the league is stepping in and making these GMs make these deals or anything. It's just other GMs being kind of suspect.
Well, in terms of like agents and players, LA is a place that a lot of them want to be. So a lot of them will they can't really force their way there, but they can, like, I mean, Anthony Davis basically forced his way there. So it's a place that agents try to push front offices to like go for that kind of move. But here's the deal. LA swings for the fences, and they're not afraid to give up all their future picks and do whatever it takes to get players. And when you have that attitude, it can be really dumb. Like, trading for Westbrook to begin with. But it can also be really good for teams. It's just, I think it's a case of they see opportunity and they're not afraid to pull the trigger on it, whereas other teams might have hesitated yesterday or were, kind of like, oh, I'm not sure if we should give up that much for Jared Vanderbilt. Well, let's just wait a couple days. And the Lakers are like, nah, I'm just going to go for it. And, they're, I mean, they should have had Lowry a couple years ago. They refused to give up Taylor Horton-Tucker in that deal. So that might have been even more different for them had they done something like that. But they're just usually the type of team that goes for it and isn't afraid to make a big move. And, players want to be there, so they're excited about getting traded to the Lakers and stuff. So, when you have that attitude, you can get lucky sometimes, but yeah.
Eric, how mad would you be if it was GP2 into first, and the New York first for Wiseman?
I don't know. I mean, you're basically putting all your eggs into the hope Wiseman is the number 2 pick level good in that one. We shouldn't have to give up a first in that. Did someone say that?
I was just wondering.
Chat's talking about two.
That's like what I'm worried about is
the New York pick.
Yeah.
Why would we have to?
Because who's our GM? Eric.
I know, but I'm saying, like, why would we have to do that? They need Peyton back.
Why would we have to do anything that we've done?
Sam C says, who could we get for Matisse, Nurk, and Reddish? We can't combine those guys with Nurk, so it'd just be whatever we could get for Nurk or those guys separately.
Yep. Jared, what look? What are you talking about? What do you mean? You think I'm foreshadowing?
Jeannot with an Australian $8 donation. Just woke up. Can you fill me in on if any big trades have been made or what we have done? I've only heard about Thybulle first-time donation as well. Thanks, Jeannot.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the only thing that's been happening today. We still don't know the final details of the Hart trade, which is really annoying.
Jared, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. I'm curious what that look would look like. Specifically, but...
YYC says you guys are good at the currency symbols. Yeah, I have a chart here that says exactly what it is.
Really?
But
is it like printed out?
No, I just bring it up there's like a stream that I know we're gonna get. several of them. But anyways, most of the people who we've gotten right away um, have been multiple donators, so we've had to look it up before. So by now we kind of know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So give Wiseman, eulogy says, give Wiseman a chance he could actually become good. Sure. Yeah. Like trade Gary Payton for him. Don't give up a first though.
Yeah.
Like those. That's not the Warriors. If they trade him, are giving up on him. Like let's take him and develop him. Sure, but don't also give up a bunch of assets for someone.
Shots to Damani Ikwe, $2 dono says Wiseman was out a whole season for a meniscus. Yeah, injuries have been his problem. Betting on an injury-plagued big to save our franchise. Where have I heard that before? At least he's taller than 6'5", though, so I'll take him. Even if he's hurt, at least he's taller than 6'5".
Yeah, we trade what everyone thought might be the next Azalea and Gary Payton for someone who could actually be the next Azalea and Wiseman. And give up a first to do it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, GP2 was phenomenal for them last year. Helped them win a ring. They need defensive help. You shouldn't have to give up much more than GP2. Definitely not a first.
Would you rather have Zach Collins or James Wiseman?
Honestly, just for like the swing for the fences factor, I'd take Wiseman.
Yeah.
Because we basically need like we were talking about this, we basically need guys like that and then them to pop. I don't think he does. I think he'll just be mid the rest of his career, but I don't know. Like, I haven't seen enough of him in the league compared to the prospect he was, which was an impressive prospect.
If we're doing what I was saying and not planning on winning this year, going for it more second year without outright tanking, just setting ourselves up for the best possible run either next year or in 2 years, I think Wiseman makes more sense. If we're trying to make the playoffs and be as good as we possibly can this year, obviously I think Zach would help our team out a little bit. I think he's kind of exactly the big we're looking for right now.
Yeah.
But Wiseman obviously has the much bigger high risk, high reward type potential, so I'd have no problem doing that either. And
Wiseman wouldn't mean that Nurk is gone. Wiseman would likely be brought in as a backup, and then if he can prove that he can start, then you have that conversation.
We're not bringing in a project to start, and like this team isn't giving up on the season. So
it's crazy how many people thought Nurkic was getting traded. I mean, he still could, but I been trying to tell you guys, like, it doesn't look like it, and then you hear all this stuff today, like, they're not trading him. I mean, I'm not surprised. What are you gonna get that makes the team better? Puts the team in a better position.
Easy says, F off Drew, Wiseman is here. No, we just moved Drew to power forward because he's 6'9".
Yeah.
That's how we get length in the front court, right?
Yeah, I mean,
just play Eubanks at power, forward.
Winslow, so might as well. I'm leaning back, that's why Shaggy Squid. Move Drew off the team. If we got Wiseman, I wouldn't care to keep Drew. I mean, I honestly don't care to keep Drew anyway, but...
Drew Eubanks has a no-trade clause, by the way, so he could veto any trade.
Yeah. Dude, can something happen? What the hell?
Jano says, has John Collins been traded? No, he has not, and it looks like he could, but if Atlanta doesn't trade him today, it's a disgrace. This dude's been on the trade market for years. Yeah. Damani says, wow, who gave him that? It's not, no one gave it to him. If you sign a minimum contract with the same team for 2 years, that team has your early bird rights, but if you get traded, you lose those bird rights. So Portland could actually offer him up to like a 4-year $45 million or so contract in the offseason, whereas if he goes to a new team, he can only get the minimum, or they'd have to use cap space or the mid-level exception to sign him. He could potentially, players in that situation could get screwed out of a lot of money So that's a case where it would be he just has it based on losing his early bird rights. Not that we signed him or we're like, here, Drew, take a no trade clause.
Bro, okay, like Nurk and Little for Vucevic. How does that help us accomplish anything? We're not winning a championship by doing that move, and Little still has upside. The only way you're winning a championship is by hitting on a bunch of upside. Why would you trade away upside for a center that's incredibly mid as a starter? He's a mid-tier starter. You're trading a mid-tier starting center for a mid-tier starting center and giving up upside to do it? Why? What is that going to do? What positive comes from that?
Can we trade Keon and Greg for Wiseman? No.
No, it'd be GP2. I mean, it would justify the Thybulle trade more. And then people would be like, you had a problem with the Thybulle trade and now you're fine with it. It's like, yeah, circumstances changed. Thybulle plus GP2 plus all the wings doesn't make a ton of sense. If you got Thybulle because you're getting rid of GP2, it makes more sense. Pretty simple. Anyway.
No Name has a $2 donation.
We got a no-name dono. Nice.
Would you trade GP2 in exchange for Wiseman? We just
at this point,
talked about it for 15 minutes, but yeah, I mean, sure. As long as we don't have to give up a first. Yeah.
I mean, dude, the vibes have been off with GP2, man. And I thought I was reading too much into the whole money comment this offseason, but I just feel like he doesn't care to be here, man.
Rice says, any chance we get a first in that trade? No. No, we're not. You're expecting us to get value in a trade? Yeah, right.
Isn't Thybulle better and taller than GP2? Who do you think's the better player right now, Eric?
I'd absolutely 100% healthy say Gary Payton, and it's not even close. Not even close in my mind. Thybulle hasn't yet figured out how to not be a liability on offense, whereas GP2 uses his cutting and his quick passing, his intelligence to make quick decisions, and can be a winning player on that end despite his Bones. And eventually, there we go. Bones Highland going to the Clippers. What are they giving up?
That's their point guard.
For Terrence Mann? I don't know.
Bones Highland supposedly had a falling out with Mike Malone in Denver, so...
It's a good pickup for the Clips. They have
Darius
the defense.
Bazley to the Suns for Dario Saric and a second-round pick.
Whoa, that's a good pickup for the Suns.
Good flyer.
Defense, like Bazley can play defense. He's not that good on offense yet, but yeah.
I mean, I would have taken Darius Bazley for Justice Winslow in a second.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have taken it. If you're going to trade for a guy that's really good defensively that can't shoot, I mean, Darius Bazley was the guy.
We could add to our restricted free agents that were picked around pick 20 to 25 in the 2019 draft. God, we're just going to add all those guys, man.
I'm actually
Reddish was the 10th pick. So.
I'm kind of sad we didn't get Bazley. I would have loved to have taken a flyer on Bazley. Clippers will send the Nuggets 2 second-round picks in 2024 and 2025. Okay, so Bones Highland to the Nuggets. They got him for
Nuggets. 2 seconds?
Yep. The Clippers just fleece people.
So we
yeah. We could have traded the 2 seconds for... Okay,
I know Bones sucks at defense. I'm not saying the Blazers want him. I'm just talking strictly from a value point of view. We gave up the same value in a trade for Thybulle that they got Bones Highland for. This is what I've been talking about. Like, we don't get enough value in trades outside of the outside of the thing, but yeah.
Well, we got a little sprinkle there. Anyway, let me update a couple graphics now. By the way, this stream is presented by BetOnline. Use the promo code BELIEVE, BLEAV, 50% reward bonus. Super Bowl coming up. Prop bets are always fun, and you can get a bonus. So that's double the fun.
Would Valanciunas be a realistic trade target?
Well, no Wiseman for Portland. Wiseman to the Pistons for Sadiq Bey. That actually happened.
Could we trade Gary Payton for Sadiq?
So we struck out on Wiseman. We struck out on Vanderbilt.
Was it didn't Bey hit a game-winning 3 against the Warriors earlier this year? Yeah. Dude, watch, Sadiq Bey is going to turn into the next Andrew Wiggins in that freaking offense.
Yeah. So Detroit has to trade out another salary in order to match.
They don't have a TP.
Bey is on his way to Atlanta.
Ooh. Is
John Collins?
That's a random route. Are the Warriors getting John Collins? Clearly a bot member for 60 months. Fire Joe, sell this team. Blazers Uprise is the GOAT.
Agree on all fronts.
I think there might have been a donation. I can't go
let me look
back any further than that. I don't know if we were.
There wasn't.
Okay. What is... They could... I mean, Bogdanovich makes sense. The Bogdan, not...
Let's see if Portland has a backup plan to Wiseman. The Hawks are sending 5 second-round picks to the Warriors to acquire Bey.
That's it? So they salary dump Wiseman for 5 second-round picks.
And you could have gotten Bey for 5 second-round picks.
I would have rather done that than Thybulle. I mean, this Bey still has another team, a year of team control.
Oh, man. Dude, this is comical. Because some people are going to defend... I'm just thinking about like how people are going to defend this, and it's making me laugh. Goodbye, Eric.
I got a freaking migraine now. I got to take some...
I was going to say, are you taking pain pills?
Yep. I literally am taking pain pills. Yep.
This is fun.
Braden Dennis, $2 donation. Depressed. We fail in game. Oh, we got Matisse Thybulle, dude.
He'll fix all our problems.
Damani says, Eric, it's not too early for a shot of tequila at this point. Yeah, I mean, actually, I would love to just get hammered drunk right now, but unfortunately, my wife, she has like the worst schedule. She worked overnight last night, got home at 7:30 this morning, and has to be back for a 12-hour shift at 3 p.m. today.
That's
So,
really, yeah.
so I have kid responsibilities this evening, including my son's basketball game that I have to go to. So, fortunately, I can't even drink right now. I'm not even really like a big drinker, but now would be a good time to get drunk at 11 a.m.
Pop a cork, yeah. I agree. All right, I'm gonna hold on. Do a couple things graphically.
And then David C., member for 3 months. Cronin at first for Ujiri, who says no. The Raptors do.
Ujiri himself.
Mm-hmm. Was there another one above that? I can't go back to the next one now.
No.
Okay. I never thought the Raptors were going to seriously sell off their pieces. I still think they might trade one of their guards, but I don't know. Now that they got Pirtle, I don't know why they would sell off one of their forwards unless they get an insane package. Eric is a quitter. What am I quitting? What? I mean, I'm open to the idea I'm a quitter. I don't know what I'm quitting, though. Quitting on the Blazers?
Yeah. I guess so. Corey Elwood says, I find comfort being a Blazer fan watching you guys. Feels good to suffer with others. Absolutely. This is a group therapy session. Every year it's pretty much a group therapy session. That's what we're here for. We're here for you guys to relate to our pain. Shout out to Shaggy Squid, to Australian Dollar Dono. Says, Cronin has failed in every negotiation. Yeah. Every negotiation.
No, there's the
other
Jeremy
than
Grant
the Jeremy
one.
Grant one, but that Grant.
How much did he even have to negotiate?
Here. Yeah, that's the only thing. And Grant wanted to come here, and that was a big part of it. So every other trade, asset value wise, hasn't been a clear-cut win. If anything, it's been a clear-cut loss in a lot of trades. So, shout to Horror Director, $10 dono, says, haven't been able to follow the trades. I know most of what happened, just not much beyond the Hart trade. Quick recap, and do you think we're going to make a move? Oh, and good morning, fellas. LOL. Thank you, Horror Director. Well, if you didn't see it, we traded for Matisse Thybulle. We rerouted Svi Mikhailuk. So we bring in Matisse Thybulle as another wing that can't shoot well. Just doesn't make sense. Now we have a logjam there. And we were supposedly trying to get James Wiseman. Jake Fisher reported that we were trying to get James Wiseman, and we struck out on him because he got traded to Detroit.
Shaggy Squid said he means the trades that haven't happened, not the ones that did. Yeah, so apparently, we were the front runners at one point, according to Shams, for Vando, and then that fell apart. I don't know what happened there. And then, yeah, apparently someone is reporting that we were asking for more than just Wiseman and to return for Peyton from the Warriors.
Cronin, you played yourself.
Yeah. We know that the Blazers told teams that Dame wasn't.
We were asking for more? I mean, good on him for trying to get more value, but this just says to me he doesn't know how to effectively get more value or good value.
I mean, they just gave Wiseman away for 5 seconds. Justin Holiday, Frank Kaminsky to Houston.
Yeah, that trade's
for Garrison Matthews and Bruno Fernanda.
Yeah,
Why did either team do that trade?
I don't know. It was completely pointless. Well, we have less than an hour, Eric.
Yep. The countdown is on.
I'm ready to be done with all the work I've put into the trade deadline previews on NBA Uprise and the graphics. That's part of that. That's also part of this live stream. I'm ready to just be past that.
Does that trade maybe get them enough to...
What trade? Get who enough to
The
do
Hawks trading out Holiday and Kaminsky, I think, maybe matches... Oh no, they didn't get Wiseman. They got Bay. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they got Bay.
Maybe it creates the trade exception for Bay. I don't know.
Making a graphic.
Remember when Cronin said he wishes he had a Josh Hart at every position? And then we trade Josh Hart for smaller players. I guess Reddish technically is a inch taller with a longer wingspan.
I'm looking forward to his press conference. Assuming he does one. No, actually, I feel like he's not going to do one.
We're gonna get Will Barton still on the buyout market.
I mean, yeah. This is about what I was expecting. This is actually exactly how I was expecting the trade deadline to go. Funnily enough. All right, so like there has to be more to this Golden State trade. I don't know what the more is. Let me throw it up on the screen. This is basically what that 3-team deal is.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, Pistons getting Sadiq Bey. That should be.
Oh, let me fix that. Yeah.
Wiseman.
Yeah. They're duplicating. They're cloning him and giving one to Atlanta. That's the trade.
I think it's possible that the Pistons had money or something.
It is possible, actually.
Either a trade exception or cap space.
Actually, I can look at that.
And the Hawks probably had some way to acquire Sadiq Bey for not giving out a contract, or maybe they got that in the other trade, and that's how they got a.
They were over the cap, but they had cap holds. And with those cap holds, they were right up against the cap, so doesn't really work for Detroit. They have to trade something else out, included in that deal. I mean, how many wings do the freaking Hawks need, though? I feel like they got a lot of wings. Watch, we're gonna trade. My new prediction. Another prediction. We're going to come out of nowhere and trade for Bogdanovich. I don't know how. Winslow plus GP2 plus...
Did you miss that whole conversation like 10 minutes ago?
No. Yes.
I made the joke that we needed another guard.
Oh.
Shooting guard.
Yeah, that's my prediction now.
Yeah.
Because Dame likes Bogdan, you know? Yeah. We got to get Dame someone. And the Hawks have a lot of wings now. Yep. But I don't know how we'd do it without going into the attacks, though. You'd have to trade GP2, and he could help Atlanta's defense. GP2 plus Winslow plus... You'd have to, reroute Thybulle. And then reroute Reddish back to, since this is the deadline where everybody is reacquiring, reroute Reddish back to Atlanta. Carter Dick, $2 dono, says, why do you think the Raptors have been so quiet? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, they could come out of nowhere.
Because they got Jakob Poeltl for like nothing last night, and now they're really good and don't need to trade anyone. I don't know. They could still make a big trade here in the last hour. Ujiri doesn't strike me as someone who panic trades, and he could be waiting until the last minute here. But yeah.
Weissman deal saved the Warriors $130 million. That makes no sense.
Yeah, that was true if they could salary dump him. So
how does it save him $130 million if he makes $9?
Because of the tax, they're $40 million over.
But like I don't understand how it ends up being like more than 10 times his salary in terms of savings.
It was like 80 something this year, or 60 or 70 or something this year, and then like an estimated 60 next year or something like that. Yeah. The next year's was estimated based on the contracts they have right now, so it could change. It's kind of fluid, but
Eric Gordon to the Clippers. Eric Gordon back to the Clippers. I'm telling you, this is what this trade deadline will go down as.
Sham says biggest contender for OG is the Warriors. I don't see how they can get him though. All right, so what did they give up? Marcus Morris. They got
Warriors gonna get OG. Just every team gets good. Yeah, where's our Gary Trent Jr. trade?
Will Barton is our guy.
Yeah, well there you go. Yeah, we acquire him. Who said OG to the Warriors? OG's gonna go to the Warriors, huh? Like they'd cap dump Bay, and then they'll trade like Kuminga plus Moody, plus like a first or something.
And their 5 seconds they got.
Yeah, their 5 seconds they got from Sadiq Bey. Those are the picks they had going into today. So they could trade a 2027 first and a 2029 first. I mean, if you're the Warriors, you're looking at it like, dang, we got to get somebody to guard KD. I mean, Wiggins can, I guess, but he was supposed to be, like an athletic KD or whatever coming out of high school. Whatever he was supposed to be, but... are acquiring Rockets in a multi-team deal. So the Clippers trade is a multi-team deal. I wonder how the Blazers could get in on that somehow. Jason Preston, you're a Portland Trailblazer.
Hey, we're speaking of guys back. We got Rocco and Norm.
Yeah, imagine. At least Rocco's taller. Oh, I'm delirious, dude. I kind of like not sleeping the night before the trade deadline stream because then I couldn't imagine being rested for this.
I kind of wish I pulled an all-nighter because getting like 3 hours of sleep, that wasn't the move.
I know, yeah. See, that's part of it for me. And I'm always like, what if somehow I just don't wake up in time for the stream and then like I sleep 12 hours on accident and wake up?
At least there's not a game tonight.
Luke Kennard to Memphis. Bang.
Okay. So they get some shooting.
Has Kennard played on Memphis before?
No.
No, he's played on
Detroit
and the Clippers.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 blue teams. That's why I was wondering. So Memphis is sending something to the Houston Rockets acquiring John Wall.
Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you, this is ridiculous.
That's comical.
What the hell, dude?
What?
That's just hilarious.
Oh, poor John Wall, man. Has anyone ever gotten bought out from the same team twice in 1 year? Because that's about to happen.
Why? Like, I mean, I guess because they're getting Eric Gordon, but jeez, dude. This so... It's the trade deadline where you reacquire people. Like, how many people is that? I'm losing count. I can't keep count. But Pirtle went back to the, Pirtle went back, and John Wall went back, and D'Angelo Russell went back to the Lakers, and TJ Warren went back to the Suns, and what else? What else? There's more. There is more, too. I'm forgetting. I'm blanking. Chat, who else got reacquired that I'm forgetting? George Hill went back to the Pacers.
Dinwiddie
back to the Nets. I swear there was something else. That's hilarious. That was the last thing I was expecting.
Oh, D'Lo back to the Lakers.
Yeah, I said D'Lo.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Dude, this deadline's wild. It's wild for everyone except for us. For us, it is just completely mundane. So why are they trading... what's the purpose of trading John Wall and Luke Kennard for Eric Gordon?
They must really think Eric Gordon's good. Wait, so... Does anyone know what the Rockets got Danny Green from the Grizzlies? They've held out. They've passed on multiple deals for assets for Eric Gordon. If they ended up with just Danny Green's expiring and John Wall back for Eric Gordon, that's interesting.
How do the Clippers get 3 second-round picks as part of that?
So, what? So the Rockets don't get those picks?
Somehow the Clippers get them. Okay. Well.
Apparently the Rockets are planning on waiving John Wall. No surprise there.
Dude, the Clippers just fleece everyone now.
Yeah, I mean...
Because if they're getting 3 seconds back, then that's a dub. The Rockets will get right to swap Bucks pick with Clippers this year as part of this deal. Okay, well, there's the... What?
So they can move up like 5 spots in the draft?
Would they even move up 5 spots? Like... I mean, I guess. Dude, what? Just... The NBA's drunk. And I'm drunk because after not sleeping for approximately 24 hours, apparently you have like a blood alcohol content of point something above the legal limit, so...
Right now, it's the 28th pick and the 18th pick, so that's actually 10 spots. But who knows where those teams finish.
Western Conference contender has been emerging as a suitor for OG Anunoby.
You have more breaking news when it comes to OG Anunoby, and what's the latest on OG?
Is that going to be the Warriors?
Yeah, I think so.
Who is currently right now with the
Raptors?
Raptors?
I shouldn't play it. You're right. Chat, let me know
Well,
what it is.
at least hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, Warriors. Warriors are gonna land OG. Yay, dude! I love Eric. I love being a Blazer fan. Have I told you that before?
What?
Because I love pain.
I mean,
the Lakers are trading Beverly for Mo Bamba.
interesting. I thought we were getting more bombers.
Yeah, what happened to that? No, we're getting Nerlens Noel, remember?
I mean, that's a good That's a good spot if Bomba's ever going to do anything.
Dude, I hate this deadline so much.
Yeah, I mean, Bomba's done nothing.
Like, OG's gonna go to the Warriors just to cap it off, Eric. Honestly, like, go trade GP2 for Moses Moody then. Screw it. Like,
We don't need another guard, dude.
well, if you're trading a guard for a bigger guard, Moses Moody's 6'6", GP2's 6'2".
Moody looks smaller than that on the court. I don't know.
Honestly, I'd love to get Kuminga for GP2, but that won't happen.
Yeah. That's like if the Warriors get OG, they're already talking about not being able to pay everyone. Like, would they trade one of their, like, Draymond? I don't know. I don't think they would, but why don't we get Pat Bev? He's a good defender. He's a guard. When he gets bought out, let's sign him.
If you don't want Pat Bev, Eric, you don't care about defense.
Yeah. Idiot.
Dude, the NBA woke up. This is the hurricane that I'm talking about. It's fun. Is Andrew Wiggins a target? They're not trading Wiggins. If they're trading Wiggins, Wiggins is going home to Canada.
It'd be funny if they traded Poole to the Raptors.
OG or Pascal gotta be coming to Portland. Nope. What do you mean gotta? What do you mean we gotta get a nice thing?
When do
we're not gonna get a nice thing. Why would we gotta get a nice no. We gotta get screwed is what we gotta do. That's what we're gonna do.
Are the Bulls going to do nothing for the second straight trade deadline? And just not pick a side?
Shout out Chris S. $2 donor. Let's get Pat Bev and buy out Russ to make Dame happy. Yeah, let's get Pat Bev and Russ just for fun.
The memes. Bring back Blevins at that point, too.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, everybody's reporting Orlando Magic. Chris Haynes, you're late. Sorry, bud, but you are late.
They got a second-round pick from the Lakers. So, all those people who wanted Mo Bamba as our center instead of Yusuf Nurkic, the Lakers just got him for an expiring and a second-round pick. Didn't even cost them much.
Yep.
So I'm not saying Mo Bamba's good or I wanted him on the team. But once again, that's a player that a lot of people wanted us to take a chance on that went for relatively nothing. And
could have probably flipped Cam Reddish in a second for him and gotten Mo Bamba into first for Josh Hart in a second.
Yep. And then also the Warriors end up salary dumping Wiseman for 5 seconds. I don't think we could have matched 5 seconds, but,
Dude, we could have given up 2 seconds for Rui. And stayed out of the tax after the Reddish trade. Instead, we traded 2 seconds for Thybulle. To be GP2 2.0. Josh Richardson to the Pelicans. Oh, the Pelicans get better too, because of course, why not? Why not? They'll give up a second and they'll get Josh Richardson to come off their bench.
They'll trade it for Devontae Graham.
Yeah. sucks. There you go. Devontae Graham and 4 second-round picks. I think that's kind of a cap dump.
They got the Lakers to take that contract too. I think it still has another year, like 12 million or something. I mean the Spurs.
Yeah.
They got for seconds. They got them to take on that.
Well, the Pelicans are better now. I think every team in the West has gotten better or gotten closer to tanking, except for us.
Arcade Z says, "Great day to be every other team's fan except us."
I told you guys I told you guys to expect disappointment. I tried to make it so you guys, I talked about that on stream and I was being a Debbie Downer, but I was trying to make it so you guys weren't that disappointed. Because the thing is, I was kind of expecting this, and it's kind of almost funny to me because I was expecting it to be absolute crap. Like, I know it's, the pessimistic thing to do, but it makes it easier to handle.
Yeah, I think the Pelicans could still get OG because they didn't really use any. They still have a bunch of firsts. So.
Yeah, OG will go to a Western Conference team. Like, the whole West is going to get better, and the whole East is going to sit there and do basically nothing.
I'm not convinced they'll end up trading him, but yeah.
Kevin Knox to the Warriors. Knox may be moved on to a new team. Oh, that's probably us. GP2 for Kevin Knox in a second. Let's go. I'm ready for it. You've always wanted Kevin Knox, right?
No. What the heck are you talking about? Never been a Kevin Knox.
I misremembered then. I don't know. Who wants Kevin Knox? He shouldn't even be in the league anymore.
Rip City Project probably thinks he's the next Kevin Durant or something.
We got the next Paul George and the next Kevin Durant.
Carter with the $2 donation. Who wins Wiggins for OG? Those contracts don't even match, so it would have to be. I mean, that
maybe
would
he's
be
talking about the starting small forward spot, or I don't know. Maybe they're talking about who's better.
It would be a huge win for the Warriors, I think, if they got OG for Wiggins. I mean, Wiggins has been good for them. I'm not saying that, but OG's less salary because Wiggins is on a max, and so less salary. Although Wiggins signed a slightly lesser than max contract, I think, in his last extension. But I think OG would fit a little better, but I don't think it's like that much worse. But I mean, OG is one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. You basically make up for Clay falling off in that regard. So play-by-play with the $2 donation. Comical watching every team get better. Should we pick up John Wall too?
I mean, he can be our Josh Hart, right?
Yeah. MK Everett asks, can you do a quick rundown of Portland's trades? Well, we don't even know the full trade of the first Josh Hart. Super annoyed still and frustrated with that. But as of right now, we traded Josh Hart and nothing. We traded Josh Hart to the Knicks for Shvi. What's his last name? Mikhailuk. And Ryan Arcidiacono and Cam Reddish and a protected first-round pick that if the Knicks make the playoffs, we get. If they don't make the playoffs, it turns into 4 second-rounders. And then the follow-up to that. But the caveat to the first trade is that puts our roster at 16 players. We cannot make a valid trade if that's the case. So before that even happens, we would have to we would have to waive a player or trade another player elsewhere. So I guess by Greg Brown. I don't know. They haven't announced what happened there. And then from there, we traded Shvi and 2 second-round picks for Matisse Thybulle.
Time to watch college basketball.
And the Philadelphia 76ers got Jalen McDaniels out of the same trade. It was a 3-team trade, I guess. But
Bro, what? So Thomas Bryant requested a trade from the Lakers after his minutes got diminished once Anthony Davis returned from injury. So he gets traded to the Denver Nuggets where he'll back up Nikola Jokic. Yeah. Nice. Great job. How is he going to get more minutes there?
Has there been a worse deadline? Give this one an F, says Damani. I still think the 2020 deadline where we decided not to trade Hassan Whiteside and let his contract expire, that would have set us up for moves, but that was tough.
So much better though is the thing.
Yep.
So the Lakers turned Thomas Bryant and Pat Bev into Mo Bamba in 2 seconds.
Yep.
That's a dub for them. Another one. Rob Pelinka is just a mastermind all of a sudden.
The Lakers did about as good as they could have at this deadline with limited resources, but not even giving up those resources. Kind of like the Clippers last year, you know? We're going to hear him in a press conference. We didn't think we could get the quality of players with the assets we got, just like the Clippers said in their press conference.
Yeah.
Horde director said he was reading an article that cracked him up in which it said Thybulle is one of the league's most explosive defenders and gives the Blazers another rangy wing to run alongside Damian Lillard.
Wait, that was a quote?
Yeah, from the article, I guess.
Funny. I feel like OG to Golden State is going to break in 3 to 4 minutes. All right. Like, I should just tweet it out now, but I'll let Woj and Shams take care of it, 3 to 4 minutes from now.
Okay, Max, we got it. You don't have to spam it. I don't see how the Lakers match salary for Bojan now. I mean, it's possible, I guess, if they add a bunch of, like, Lonnie and a bunch of smaller contracts, but...
Who's the number one player you want right now? Giannis. I mean, there's no one realistic right now that we could get for a reasonable price, I feel like.
I'm still happy if we get Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith. I think that's like the best we could hope for if we did, as long as we don't overpay for either. But yeah.
Eric, I will fall out of my chair if that happens.
Yeah. At least the Derrick Jones acquisition, at least he was like he actually had length, I guess, and was, I don't know.
Chow, do we think the play-by-play dono, my guy play-by-play, my guy Chase, $2 dono, says comical watching every team get better?
Yeah.
If you thanked it, I thanked it again. You're welcome, Chase. Yeah, you guys remember Derrick Jones Jr.? You know what, Eric? You know what's good luck? Actually, it's not, but... And if we don't do anything else... Where's Connor at? Connor, are you proud of me right now? Connor's our resident Timbers fan who actually gave me the scarf, so. Shout out Don and Jay Tori with the 500 rupee dono. Says, hey guys, big fan here. It was great watching y'all today. And I can't stay up more. Hopefully we make a big move and end the deadline on a good note. As always, thanks for covering this. Thank you for the dono, Don and Jay.
Thanks,
appreciate it, man. Thank you for your support. Have a good rest.
25 minutes to go and you're calling it, man.
But I can't blame you because, you know, OG's about to get traded to the Warriors, so. Although the Warriors can't give him a bigger role, so I don't see him being happy there. But they'll get him to buy in, you know, because that's what they do. If they can get Wiggins too, then they can get OG too. Shout out SC2Beat with the $5 dono. Says, cheer up, fellas. This is clearly a league conspiracy to get Wemby to Dame. I mean, yes, Wemby season, baby. Let's go. I'm glad the West is getting stacked. It makes it easier to make a run at Wemby.
I mean, that's pretty much our only shot at contending anytime soon is if we get lucky and get like a massive talent like that somehow, because we're not going to get one through a trade. And he becomes that generational player he's thought to be. Our lucky is Bull, and we still suck. D. Thomas 19 says, we need Sabonis. Yeah, because the Kings sitting there in the 3rd seed right now are going to trade us Sabonis, who's their best player. But yeah. There was another person that Cronin really, really wanted and tried for months to get last year and then failed to get. And then he went to another Western Conference team and, yeah. Bring his dad back. How high do you anticipate Phoenix finishing in the regular season? I'm not sure. What are they in right now? 5th? Do you know what spot they're in right now?
5th.
Yeah. I mean, I think they could get up as high as 2nd, assuming KD comes back relatively soon after the All-Star break. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, I need to drink another energy drink. There's some ASMR for you, chat, since we're waiting and we're bored.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's catching Denver, no matter what moves they make. I think Denver, short of a major injury, is pretty much locked into the 1st seed.
I love the comment in chat in all caps. We will never get Wemby. Of course we won't. Of course we won't. Taylor, you know what's up. Shout out Nathan Candy with the $5 dono. Says, assuming we are done, do you guys think we've gotten better or worse? I'd say better. Thank you, Nathan, for the $5 dono. I'd say worse.
Yeah, we got worse. We traded the best player.
Yeah.
We set ourselves up, I guess, with the 1st round pick to potentially make it better. But, Thybulle doesn't have a clear path to minutes here, especially if we don't trade Peyton in your theoretical thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Reddish, I don't know. He could be. Maybe he's awesome, and is this the perfect spot for him, and he plays better, but so far hasn't showed the attitude or work ethic to be good with the talent he has. So I don't like banking on that to win a trade or to hope it works out.
Mason Plumlee to the Clippers.
Wow. Yeah.
Solid backup big for them.
Oh man,
How are the Clippers getting so much?
I was told by someone that the Clippers would never get a backup center because they don't play centers in the playoffs, so they wouldn't give up anything.
Eric, that better be Shams on the phone. Reggie
It's
Jackson
not.
to Charlotte. Reggie Jackson to Charlotte. I assume Charlotte's getting seconds. Anyway. Eric was scrolling. Everybody's expecting something from you now.
Yeah.
You're bummed. Well, GG's. You're, yeah, GG's. All right, well.
Did you read Adam and Eve? Adam versus Eve?
$10 dono from Adam vs. Eve says, what do you imagine our Portland Trailblazers would look like today if Paul Allen was still our owner? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hopefully better, but I mean, we'd be willing to pay the tax. So, anyway.
Yeah, it would have been tough because the season following the Western Conference Finals, which is the year after he died. He died right before the Western Conference Finals run. We were in that situation where we couldn't keep everyone, even if we wanted to. So having an owner that wanted to do that wouldn't have done anything. So yeah, we're still kind of screwed. But I think maybe he would have been willing to take on salary that following year with a Whiteside trade. So maybe we could have gotten something for Whiteside that had a contract we could have used that next summer to go all in and give up our first instead of going for Rocco. So maybe we could have gotten a much better player or a star that summer, give up a bunch of future firsts because we had all our future firsts that summer. So yeah. Maybe. R.I.P. Paul.
Less than 17 minutes away. Sometimes trades will come in right after.
Thybulle was a guy we've always wanted.
Yeah, that says more about you and less about him.
Cam Reddish is a guy that we've been looking at for quite a while. We've been so impressed with his DNP since December 3rd on the Knicks.
I want him to say he's been impressed with Cam Reddish's play lately. Just like basically accidentally admit that he just hasn't been paying any attention. Oh, that'd be funny.
Lots of people are asking who's going to start at the small forward. No clue. Gary Payton, obviously. Gary Payton started last night. I don't like that if he's on a minutes restriction due to him sitting longer than. But I thought it worked a little better. Yeah.
Shout out to Jesse Anisson with the $10 dono. Says mental health support for you brave warriors. Haha, feeling the same pain as me. Hit so deep that is just comical at this point. Watching every team kill it while we do nada. Do not touch my Sharp. Yep, Shane Sharp is where all our hopes and dreams lie.
I mean, basically has turned into Kobe at this point.
Yeah. No pressure on him or anything. Wow, it's been quiet for a while. I feel like at this time I was expecting more of a flurry. We had such a crazy flurry there for a minute. Man, let's just embrace the present. 15 minutes until trade deadline. This is always a wild 15 minutes every year, you know? Just leading up to the clock.
I've already told you many times. I said that in the stream earlier today. I gave the whole story last night in the stream. Quit asking me about it. I've said it a bunch of times.
Shout out Adam Versive, $20 donut, says, I appreciate you both for all the work you guys do to keep us informed. Thank you, fellas. You're one of the great ones. Hope everyone in chat has a good one. Thank you, Adam Versive, for the $20 dono. Thank you for how supportive you always are. People like you help keep the motivation up for covering this team. That's, you're like the type of viewer that that motivates me to put my best foot forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then Shaggy Squid, $5 Australian dono, says, I live in Australia. I could have picked any team. Somehow, some way I picked the Blazers. I choose pain. Nothing but pain. Yeah, that was...
We have to question Shaggy Squid's decisions.
Yeah, you should have picked wherever Patty Mills plays. Although that team is not going to be good anymore. Pat Bev might return to the Wolves. That would be funny. Because I assume the Magic are buying him out. Although the Magic, when healthy, aren't that bad.
They have too many guards, so they don't have any playing time for them.
Very true.
And if they take away minutes from Jalen Suggs' development to give to Pat Bev, they're dumb anyway.
I've seen this tweet multiple times before, Eric. Atlanta Hawks plan to keep John Collins.
Oh my God. They are not a serious franchise. You gotta be kidding me.
Dude, he's the new Miles Turner. Like, I just had deja vu because there's always rumors around him and they never trade him.
I'm along with the $2 donation. Thank you. I don't want peace. I want problems always. Rip City.
Thank you.
Why can't we get him? Who are you talking about, Tyler? Easy Peasy says, why is Masai keeping everyone? Your team sucks. Share some with others. They got Jakob Poeltl last night, so they could, in theory, now that they got a big man that fits well with that roster, I think they could, in theory, make a run up the standings and be fine.
Yeah, but who do you start if you keep all three of the forwards? Do you start OG at the 2, Scotty at the 3, Pascal at the 4? Do you bring Poeltl off the bench? Like,
I don't think it really matters because there's plenty of time for all of them, but I kind of like the more traditional lineups.
Yeah.
The shooting's still a problem. Yeah. Shvee back to Toronto. Charlotte's gonna get more out of Shvee than we did.
That'd be funny. Shout out Leo Bamir Neshev, 7 Bulgarian dollar dono, says, same as Shaggy Squid, I live in Bulgaria and thanks to Damon Stoudemire became a fan. Lots of suffering after. The only good is Dame. Thank you, Leo Bamir. Yeah, questionable. But I'm glad you chose the Blazers so that you can suffer with us.
Todd Pierce is a lifelong Blazer fanatic from Campeche, Mexico, and feels that one last-minute trade is going down.
Is it Nurkic? Probably not. Nurkic, we've expected to stay this entire time.
Nurk and 2 number 1 picks to Toronto for OG. Nope.
I would be shocked. I will fall out of my chair.
Yeah. Horror Director says Crone has 10 minutes to become a legend or the most hated man in Portland. That's not true because outside of, people who actually, think logically, there is a huge portion of the fan base that give him a pass for everything and will blame Neil O'Shea for all the problems, all the trades he made today, and will...
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Goodbye, Gary. We're still trading this?
Goodbye, GP 2 weeks.
What? Why do we
nice
need seconds?
you.
Dame doesn't need second round picks. What are we doing?
Goodbye. We are going nowhere. We got Kevin Knox! I love being a Blazer fan! Eric! I was joking! I don't want Kevin Knox! Why? No! I was joking!
Oh my god, we could have had James Wiseman! We could have been talking at least we have Wiseman to potentially have this be like a huge high-risk, high-reward trade deadline.
Yeah, why did we... Wait, so they traded Wiseman for 5 seconds, and then they traded 5 seconds for GP2.
We could have literally just traded GP2 for James Wiseman.
What? Yeah,
we literally could have done that. It was on the table. We could have done that. We let Detroit have Wiseman so we could get Kevin frickin' Knox and a bunch of seconds.
Joe Cronin is
Damian Lillard.
Horrible. He's horrible. He's terrible. He's horrible. He's a horrible GM. Kevin Knox sucks. Kevin Knox sucks. There's a reason I was joking about getting Kevin Knox. Because I thought that would just be the perfect cherry on top of the shit sundae.
We could have gotten Sadiq Bey, too.
For the second round picks? Yeah, we could have gotten Sadiq Bey. No, we wanted...
We wanted 5 second-round picks because that'll get Dame a frickin' championship. Yeah, let's go all in for Dame and get his window open by getting 5 fucking second-round picks. Are you kidding me, Cronin?
Cronin sucks. He's terrible. Cronin is terrible. Kevin Knox. Kevin freaking Knox. If I have to hear one person say, well, you said you wanted size and Kevin Knox is tall. Anyway. This is so freaking hilarious. Oh my goodness. It's so, like, of course we end up with Kevin.
I'm so freaking done, dude.
Oh, Eric, at least we're in it together, because holy shit, we are so screwed, and Cronin is so dumb. Cronin...
I can't wait to hear how trading freaking Gary Payton for Matisse Thybulle, Kevin Knox in 3 seconds helped Dame win a freaking championship. Dude, if we don't freaking tank now, like if that's not our plan, this literally needs to be our plan now. Anything short of tanking and Dame being on board with tanking right now, it is just...
Kevin Knox.
We couldn't even get Nerlens Noel to be the backup center. Instead, we get Kevin Knox. What are we doing? And we got hard cap for Gary Payton. This is why we hated the move to begin with. So all you people who called us out for being negative about signing Gary Payton and getting hard cap to begin with, this is a big F you to all you guys for getting mad at us for being mad about signing Gary Payton. Because that was literally so dumb. to hard cap us for the entire year. We weren't ever paying the tax anyway because we got a cheap ass owner. So what does it matter?
This is so bad. Oh man. Dude, why am I not mad? Why is this just hilarious?
It's freaking funny, man. Cody, I already said I can't drink today, so whatever.
Well, like, how could this get worse? Like, literally, we keep asking that, and it keeps getting worse.
I mean, it was a joke, right?
Yeah. It was a joke, because I was trying to think of ways it could get worse. Jeez, so Cronin's just like full Neil Olshey, where it's like, if he was a top 10 pick, he has to be good. I love basketball. This is hilarious. Yeah, Cronin watched the stream and he's like, I'll try and make you happy. Okay, fine, I'll get Kevin Knox.
You said you wanted it.
You said you brought up James Wiseman earlier and I got scared, but I'll do Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox is a good tank commander, though. Dude, Cronin might be the... Cronin's so much worse than Olshey. Cronin sucks. Cronin's terrible. Well, you can come meet us in person at our in-person watch party on February 13th against the new-look Los Angeles Lakers. That's this upcoming Monday. Tickets are in the description box below, the link to buy tickets. And together, me and Eric and Jew, we can watch Kevin Knox debut. We can watch Matisse Thybulle and Kevin Knox and Justice Winslow all share the floor together. And that'll be fun.
No, Justice Winslow isn't going to play anytime soon.
Well, maybe, yeah, I don't know. But you can come and join us. That'll be a fun watch party. The food's good, at least. This is actually a serious ad. You can come join us and stuff. So, anyway.
And
Kevin Knox, like...
Use betonline.ag to go bet against the Blazers doing anything this season because we're going to be sorry. Elias, $5 donation. Unless anything happens in the next 5-ish minutes, we're drinking hard at the watch party.
Yeah, I'm going to get drunk. I'm going to need to find a DD.
Yeah.
Cronin's so bad. Cronin is so... Please sell the team, Jody, so that we can get a new owner that'll fire the GM and then maybe fire the coach too. And can we just please just...
Yeah, as Trevin says, go all in on like first round value projects, except for the one guy who actually has a chance of still being a star, James Wiseman. Just don't do that. Donna J. Torrey with a 50 Ruby donation. Should have just slept. Hey man, you would have missed out on our great 5 second round picks and getting nothing back for Gary Payton. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the worst trade deadline I've ever seen in Blazer history.
Because, dude, okay, if they would have pulled off this Thybulle trade at the draft like they tried to, okay, and maybe you give up the 2 seconds or, maybe it's a little more than that, they could have then not signed Gary Payton, had Matisse anyway, he would have been healthy this year, and then they could have used that trade, the MLE on like Hartenstein or someone else that could have actually been our backup center this year, and we might have a legit option for when Nurk's out. Like in a vacuum, 5 seconds for Gary is fine value. It's just like that's not what we need right now. We don't need second round picks. We don't need it. Mariano Ineguez, $5 donation. Thank you. GP2 was a problem in the locker room. I went to the Bulls game in Chicago, and you can see that he is a distraction on the bench.
Screw GP2. I don't like
I'm-
GP2.
I mean, he did. Cronin signed him. It's not something he can't blame that on Olshey.
Cronin. Screw both though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cronin's first free agent signing ends up with Kevin Knox.
We literally could have gotten involved in this trade and had either Sadiq Bey or James Wiseman out of this trade, an actual young player with talent still to possibly get better, who's an actual center. Sadiq Bey has actual forward size. We could have gotten either of those guys in this deal had we just gotten into it sooner. If we were already talking to the Warriors about this, I just can't, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Thanks, chat. Tori, I mean, Cronin wanted to do good by Gary Payton and get him to the team he wanted to be at. And he obviously still wants to be a Warrior. Was mad he got let go by the Warriors. Now he got paid by us, and we do nice, and we get rid of him so we can bring Kevin frickin' Knox to our team. And yeah. So
Screw Gary Payton II. He used us to get paid for money, got cleared in early December, didn't play until January, and then didn't want to be here, and he just kind of screws off on and off the court, supposedly. Screw Gary Payton II. Screw Gary Payton II. That's the new Raymond Felton right there. Screw him. Screw him.
No,
Dude.
Trevin says we dumped GP2 for the roster spot instead of GB3, but we got Kevin Knox, so
Yeah.
We didn't send out two guys.
Yeah, what?
Oh yeah, Mateo says, wait, we weren't supposed to compete this year, so it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great.
True. Yeah, no, screw GP2. Like the Nets, the Suns get KD. The Lakers turn one first round pick into just a million good players. And we get Matisse Thybulle and Kevin Knox and Ryan Arcidiacono.
And we have to cut someone still.
So we're going to cut... Yeah, I don't know. Have we thanked all the donuts? Do we miss any? You got Jordan Baker's game over sticker?
No.
Oh, okay, we got to go back because we had a lot of donos. So, Artelli, $2 donut says, we didn't want Sadiq Bey? Yeah, apparently not. I mean, Sadiq Bey, basically, you could have gotten him for... Golden State flipped Sadiq Bey for 5 seconds, and
so
then
they could have just traded
those
us
5
Sadiq
seconds
Bey
to us for Gary
yeah.
Payton II. So they could have
Yeah.
just flipped. You know what I mean? They could have just flipped Sadiq Bey for Gary Payton II.
That's what I just said. Yeah, Wiseman
Yeah.
or Sadiq if we got involved earlier. But we were in it from the beginning, so it doesn't make sense.
Cronin's a freaking moron. He literally chose Kevin Knox in 5 seconds over Sadiq Bey, which is just ridiculous. And over James Wiseman, because James Wiseman got traded for Sadiq Bey in the first place, so you could have potentially had James Wiseman as well.
And apparently, I don't know if this is true, but apparently it's because he asked for more than just Wiseman back in the Gary Payton trade. So instead, he has to settle for Knox in 5 seconds because he's a dumbass.
Cronin is the worst GM in the league. Shout out to Ads, $5 donut says, feel so bad for Dame. Instead of a beacon for how valuable loyalty is, he'll go down as the biggest cautionary tale in the NBA. Well, he'll go down as a tale of how you can really have bad GMs for a decade. I don't know. Yeah, basically. I just want a good GM, dude. I just want somebody that's not a complete moron. We didn't even interview other GMs. We just oh yeah, we'll settle on this guy because he's nice and our last guy was mean, so we're not even gonna see if he matches up to other GMs. Shout out Adam vs. Eve, $5 donut says, this is a repeat of last year. Why? Well, why? Joe Cronin's why. Because we got this freaking dude as our GM. Shoutner012, $2 donut says, man, talk about being punched in the nards. Dude, yeah, we got punched everywhere today. The head, the nards, the stomach, the heart, everywhere. Shout out Jordan Baker, $2 game over sticker. It truly is game over now. Shout out Alvaro with a $2 dono. Says, I'm going to throw up. Peace out. Go Magic. Yes, go Magic. My guy Jalen Suggs. Let's go. Shout out Elias, $5 dono. Says, unless anything happens in the next 5-ish months, we are drinking hard at the watch party. Elias, yeah, we're getting drunk. Let's go. Let's do it. You think that one? Okay. And then, so do you think Don and Jay Tor 50 rupee donos? Is that okay? So those are the ones we thanked. So okay, cool. So we're caught up. Andrew Miller, $10 dono says, bunch of bums in seconds. Way to put a nail in the coffin on Dame's prime. Honestly, don't care if we trade Dame at this point. Management clearly doesn't. Yep, management is freaking out of their minds.
I mean, I never bought into the theory that the front office could potentially be purposely kneeling at Dame to get him to request out so they don't look like the bad guys, but it's hard not to think that that's what they're doing now.
Yep.
They're like purposely trying to sabotage Dame so he wants out. I mean,
yep. This kind of feels like the end. In a way. Like, this feels like this makes no sense. Like, there's something is seriously wrong. This is bad. This feels like the end of something. Wow. Shout out Don and J Tor, 1,000 rupee dono. Thank you, Don and J. That's huge, man. Appreciate your support. Says, that's the deadline then. We all had a lot of fun. This has nothing to do with trades. Thanks for doing this. The chat was bumping. Loved it. Yep. I'm glad you enjoyed the chat. I'm glad there was something for you to enjoy.
It's still a fun stream. It's just pain as a Blazer fan.
Yeah. Sadly, getting way too used to it, though. GP2 came here for rehab. Yep. Boo him when he comes back to Moda Center. Boo him.
I need to say something in a minute, too. But let's get caught up.
Let's thank the final 2 donos. Shout out to Kyler H, 2024, $5 dono says, sell the Blazers to Phil Knight. We may not win, but at least we would have cool jerseys.
I mean, Nike already does the jerseys, but but I mean, at least you got to think he would, want to win like he does with Oregon.
Yeah, exactly. And then shout out to Adam for Steve, $10 dono says, Cronin equals secret NBA fan of every other team except for the Blazers. Hashtag Phil Knight for ownership. Thank you, Adam for Steve. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. Anyway, what were you going to say?
I just want to revisit something that happened now, a month and a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
I'm just going to spill out everything that happened. They expected Gary Payton to be back by training camp. He wasn't, obviously. They expected him to be back by mid-November. He was a freaking baby and didn't want to play. And the doctors cleared him to play.
Yep.
He still chose to sat out a whole month while the team waited for him to play. Okay. Gary Payton promised the team, he promised them that he would play in the December 26th game against the Charlotte Hornets, even if his tummy still hurt him. Okay? He told the organization, I will play in the Charlotte game on December 26th. Okay? That was a full 24 days after getting cleared medically by the doctors to play in a game. Okay? So maybe you need a couple weeks to get your conditioning back. Totally normal, right? Time for the injury report in the Charlotte game, okay? He comes out and he says, this is directly from Gary Payton, okay? I don't want to play against the Hornets because I really don't want something to happen so I cannot play the next game against the Warriors. That I want to play in the Warriors game. And if my core thing doesn't respond well against the Hornets and I have to miss the Warrior game, he said he would be upset. So they decided to sit him out one more game. And that is when I tweeted out that he was going to make his debut Friday. Because Tuesday morning, Gary Payton told the team and several people, this is multiple sources I had on this, he told the team, I am for sure playing on Friday. You can count on me. Come Thursday, so I tweeted out, I was 100% confident. I would not even tweet that out if I was not 100% confident, okay?
Yep, and I can vouch for that.
And so he was telling everyone he was going to play. Chauncey Billups even admits this next part happened. He said so himself. Chauncey Billups went to him Thursday morning and said, you're still good playing tomorrow, right? And Gary Payton told him, nah, but I'll play Monday against the Pistons. Okay? And so he doesn't play against the Warriors after the whole rehab process, the whole month he was out, he had that date circled, guaranteed the Blazers he would play even if he was still in pain. He would play on that day and gut it out and play. And then he plays in the next game. He hurts his ankle. What does he say after that game? Don't worry, I'm going to thug it out. Then he misses the next few games anyway. Okay? And I sat here, deservingly so. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tweeted out the way I tweeted it out. But all these people in Blazers media told me I was wrong. There's no way I have any sources on this. There's no way some idiot on a YouTube channel could know anything because we work for the team and we're so much better than you. We're so much smarter than you. And then when he didn't play, all those people tweeted out like subtweets with the word, oh, guess it's time to panic. He's playing Monday. Idiot. Like, and I took so much crap for that. But now look, guys, Gary Payton's a freaking bum. He never really wanted to play for Portland. He took the money. He didn't give this team his all, and we just dumped him for nothing, and in the middle of Dame's prime. And so I mean, I guess I feel kind of vindicated. No one's ever gonna fully believe this outside of people who know that I'm telling the truth. But that's the situation that happened with Gary Payton, and there was absolutely a reason why I said it was time to panic if he didn't play in that Warriors game. And this is why, because we couldn't even count on him to play. He's still on a freaking minutes restriction now 2 months after being cleared to play and all that stuff. So, like, you can clown me all you want. I don't care. You can say you don't believe me, whatever. That's fine. But I was freaking locked into this. I had updates on his health that he wasn't anywhere close to playing every time before any of the media in Portland had him. Yeah, I didn't know crap, and I'm stupid and whatever. But like, yeah, like I'm just glad it's actually like come to light now that he wasn't ever bought into this.
Yep, and I mean, I took a lot of heat when he had a quote in an interview this past offseason where he told a Warriors podcast that, yeah, he left to go to Portland for the money, is what he said, quote unquote. And I said, that's not exactly what you want to hear. I wasn't even negative on it. I just said that's not exactly what you want to hear as a Blazer fan. And people are like, what do you mean? You deserve to get paid, blah, 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 like went off on me. Well, it turns out he only came here for the money. And all those people giving me crap, I mean, what are they going to say now? I don't know, man. But turns out I was right to worry. I wasn't even that worried. I still got heat for it, though. You don't want to hear a player say he's coming here for just the money. You know? You don't want to hear that.
Guys, don't worry. As Adrian Wojnarowski just tweeted out, the Warriors saved roughly $7 million in luxury tax this year and $30 million in 2023-2024. So But we saved that money too, so that was nice of us.
I mean, I bet you when he asked for more, Golden State was like, he doesn't want to be there anyway.
No,
we're just going to go turn and do this other deal, and then we're still going to get him because, he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in free agency, they offered him the tax mid-level, and he got more from the Blazers. But I think he always kind of wanted to go back.
I hope he gets booed next time he plays in Moda. I hope he gets booed.
And that's an Oregon State guy, like an Oregon legend right there. Yeah, I'm a Beaver, so it hurts me to say that, but.
Now we have Kevin Knox. I don't want to watch Kevin Knox play. I mean, he's probably not going to play. I just can't believe Kevin Knox.
Adam versus E with a $5 donation. At least GP2 was honest on media day at the beginning of the season. He signed in Portland for the money. Yep. I mean, true. He told us what he was all about right from the beginning. We
are the worst organization in the entire NBA. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Because here's the thing. Sometimes you might have bad rosters or be in bad situations. If you have a good coach that knows how to develop players and knows how to coach basketball, and you got a good GM, you can find your way out of any hole, right? Look at the Brooklyn Nets before they screwed things up, when they had no first-round picks, but they were able to develop a playoff team out of nowhere with D'Lo and, Ed Davis, I think, was on that team, right? But we, in my opinion, have the worst GM in the league. We have a owner who doesn't want to pay the tax, who's not invested, who's just apparently waiting to sell. We have a head coach that has been extremely suspect. And then we have a roster that's just a complete mess. Our roster is a complete mess. We are the worst organization in the entire NBA right now. We are...
Even the Knicks are getting it together.
The Kings have gotten it together.
The Kings have gotten it together.
We are the worst organization in the freaking league. I can't believe how bad of an organization we are now. It's so funny that people thought that Neil Olshey was the reason this organization was bad, and we've gotten worse since he got fired. I was down with firing him, but you got to find a good GM. At least you got to interview GMs instead of just handing the job to this freaking guy.
Tori, what do you mean? What is he supposed to do? He can't build a contender in a year.
He has a master plan. I mean, I all the people saying he had a master plan, I never heard Kevin Knox as a part of that master plan.
Just wait.
Or second-round picks, or signing a guy who doesn't want to be here and giving him a money and then trading him back to the team he wants to play for.
You know what the worst part is, Tori?
All of it.
Gary Payton, 8-some million contract for this summer? Now we don't even have that to trade this summer. So how are we going to match trade with all these restricted free agents? How are we going to match if we want to get, let's say OG is available? Now we have to start talking about trading the core, even if we had a bunch of picks to attach.
I need to update our payroll sheet, and let's take a look at that. Let me update it.
Did you do that Adam versus Eve $10 Cronin equals secret NBA fan of every other team except the Blazers?
That was the last one I did.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where we were. I'll read those while you're updating.
Yeah.
No name with a $2 donation again. Blazers have to be rebuilding with these trades. Yeah, it's almost like we're stuck at last year and we're tanking the rest of the season. Alvaro Bazan, $2 donation. Drop a like and go to NBA Uprise. Yeah, it'd be cool to get that.
Yeah.
Subscriber base NBA Uprise on YouTube.
NBA channel.
We'll probably do a lot more NBA content, general NBA content to drown out our sorrows for focusing on the Blazers. Dro with the $5 donation. I literally told you guys after Neil firing they were going to push Dame out, and I know someone who played for the Blazers. He was right after all. Yup. I mean, that's not for sure happening, but Dame could always just choose to stay anyway, despite all the mess up. But
why would they sign him to an extension if they were trying to push him out, though?
Yeah.
They could have easily just said, no, we're not extending you if they wanted to push him out. Pretty easy.
Yeah. Clearly, I bought $5 donation. You guys want to join me heading to the Heat fandom? F this GM and ownership. Uprise community is amazing. Thanks. Braden, exclamation point with a $5 donation. No message. If your message got held back or you messed it up, please tag me and I'll read off what you meant to say. If not, thank you for the $5. And then Adam versus Eve with another $5 donation. At least, I already read that one. At least he was honest on media day. Yep, true. Thank you for another donation. Adam versus Eve. Scrappy Coco, $2 donation. Cronin is the real life Ted Lasso. Yep, just kind of getting by, being a nice guy. Stuff, yeah. Yeah, the Grant trade doesn't also make sense if you're going after, or if you're trying to.
God, is Grant gonna want to resign to this freaking mess? If I'm Jeremy Grant, I'm like, wait. I mean,
we could offer him. We could offer him the most money.
We're gonna have to offer him a lot of money. I don't see why anyone would want to be here other than somebody who's, set down roots here like Dame has for over a decade. Like, we're a joke. We're a joke. We're a freaking joke. I mean, we're going after Wemby. We're tanking the rest of the season. That's what oh God, like what the fuck.
Pineapples member for 15 months. Minutes rotation breakdown would be funny.
Oh God.
Oh
God. So
Louis with the $2 donation. Welp started up Pistons Uprise. Emma Lom, $2 donation. Wolves are a bit worse, but I agree. Think that was all of them.
I was saying at least I'm not a Wolves fan, but now I don't know if I think we're in a worse situation. I think it's worse to be a Blazer fan now. Crazy how that changed.
Oh, unfortunately, no last minute updates or anything.
Yeah, there's been less of those in previous years. Well, I can't believe that. The Raptors didn't even sell.
I mean, this comes down to Timberwolves versus Blazers. What it comes down to is, do you applaud the Wolves for trying to go for it? At least they made a move and took a swing. Or would you rather just keep being middling and make stupid moves all the time that don't help you? And, yeah.
Dude, I can't believe that on this graphic I have Kevin Knox's face in front of the Blazer logo.
YYC says when you were joking about trading for Kevin Knox and it happened, that was the funniest part. Oh, yeah, freaking hilarious, dude.
It's actually amazing, dude. I am so good at calling things just randomly on accident. Keon, Archie Diacono, Dewbanks, Greg Brown, Trent Watford, Jabari Walker. Okay, so we still got to cut someone.
Yeah, we still don't even know who we cut. Maybe you do the Gary Payton trade first and cut Kevin Knox. Is he on a 1-year deal, please? Please tell me it's a 1-year deal. Are you kidding me? No.
He has a team option for the 2nd year.
Okay. Team option, good. So we can cut him. Do you cut him and send that trade first?
Yes.
And keep Greg Brown?
Yes. Yes, and yes, and yes. Like, yeah.
Flo, what's up, man? He says this sucks. Yup. Does this free up any money in the summer? If we resign Grant, no, we're still way over the cap.
We have no contracts to trade, and we have no cap space, so...
I think maybe if we let Grant go, we might have a little bit of cap space.
Yeah,
if we let Reddish, Grant, and
just
Kevin Knox and Who else did we forget?
To
Matisse
sign
Thybulle
another-
all walk.
To sign another...
We might have a little bit of cap space.
Cool. Who reminds you of Gary Payton II? Let's sign the next GP2.
Well, we got him, Thybulle.
No, but Thybulle isn't nah.
Josh Shardon says, I'm so confused. WTH, Joe.
I mean,
That's someone I don't want to put words in Josh's mouth, but I'm pretty sure I've seen you on Twitter being supportive of Cronin in the past. So,
I mean, yeah. What can you say, you know?
Lomad fell asleep and woke up to us trading for Kevin. Dude, what are you talking about, Tori? We have 5 second-round picks to trade this summer now.
How many of those are in this year's draft is what I want to know, so I can start watching college basketball.
I'm so thankful I got to jump on that. I've actually been having fun.
I know, now I regret it. Damn. All right, well, I have our payroll ready. Okay, so.
Well, we don't know for sure though, right? We saved Jody a ton of money though. That's good.
I mean, we don't know who we cut, but so
we're under the tax by a lot though.
Free agents this summer: Jeremy Grant, Cam Reddish, Matisse Thybulle, Justice Winslow. I mean, Kevin Knox, we might cut him. I wouldn't pick up that team option, but maybe you do it for the contract chip. But then Eubanks, Arcidiacono. Like, your trade chips this summer will be outside of Dame and Ant and Nurk
Keon
and Sharp.
Keon, Greg Brown, and Watford.
Keon, Greg Brown, and
low.
Watford. That's your salary trade chips because you don't usually count starters or like Nurkic. I mean, what? But that's the thing. If you trade Nurkic, you have to replace him at the center spot. So, like, what are your trade chips for starting small forward? Dude, what are your trade chips for a freaking starting small forward?
Like I said last night, our only hope is to find that player and have him be better than OG and Mikal Bridges in the draft this year and win that way because we're probably not making the playoffs. So,
God, I wish the Knicks traded for Zach LaVine. Because now it's like, this is literally deja vu. Now it's like if we lose that Knicks pick, Eric, what, we get 4 seconds from that, and then we got 5 seconds from this GP2 trade. All of a sudden, we've never had seconds.
Like 9 seconds.
Now all of a sudden we just have 1,000,000 seconds. We're just OKC, but with second round picks instead of first. Sick. Yeah, so we have no trade chips this offseason. We're not going to have cap space, though, if we want to keep Grant, because he's going to cost too much. And then, Grant, Nurk, Simons, Dame, you're not going to have cap space with that. So basically, you got to hope Shaedon Sharp's ready to start at the 3 next year. You got to hope he's ready. He has to take a huge leap. And we're going to be awful defensively next year if he starts at the 3. Maybe we can be a top 3 offense. I don't know. At this point, Eric, I would start Shaedon Sharp the rest of the season.
Yeah. I 100%
30
agree.
Plus minutes a game.
Yep, start him at small forward. Just saw that comment in chat too. Completely agree.
Like, look at all the shooting guard small forwards we have. I'm just looking at. I mean, I guess I could look at the sheet too, but shooting guard small forwards on Spot Track: Simons, Sharp, Reddish, Thybulle, Little, Justice Winslow, Kevin Knox, Keon Johnson, Jabari Walker is a small forward, but he's a power forward. But still, that's a ton for those two positions.
Oh, okay, yeah. Start Sharp, and then our bench squad is all free agents / restricted free agents projects that we got from other teams.
We basically, instead of having like one Nick Stauskas or one Mario Hezonja, we just got like 3 of them. Sick.
We have. Good thing we solved that spacing problem with our second unit with Ant too. So the paint's not clogged for him. We actually made that worse somehow.
How did we... Dude, how... Oh, man. I feel like this is the most worried I've been about the future of Dame in Portland.
Yeah. He's going to put a positive spin on it at least, but...
I mean, I will say this. Kevin Knox hasn't been bad in limited minutes in Detroit this year, but he's been bad for so long that, I mean, you should not buy into limited minutes in Detroit this year. Anyway, what were you going to say?
Adam and Eve, $5 donation. Cronin did say he was always signing players for the future. Cronin's future is a poop fest with a crappy owner. Sorry for my rant. Oh, you don't have to apologize, man. Yeah, thanks for the donation. Liam Best, Australian $2 donation. Mike Schmitz is drooling at all those second-round prospects. Yeah. Maybe we find the next Jokic with our second-round picks and everything's fine, right?
Yeah.
And then Leo Bamir Neshev with another Bulgarian donation. Thank you, $7. The only positive thing for me is I don't get to wake up anymore at 5 a.m. in the morning to watch the team. No sense at all. Yeah, I guess that's positive. You can always watch our streams later if you want to still support us. Boom, what's up, man? $10 donation. Gotta love being a Blazers fan. We're in the suffering together. Nonetheless, appreciate everything you guys do for the community. At least we can all cry and drink together. Smiley, or laughing and crying emojis. Yeah. Oh. Avatar Dang says I'm starting to like you guys more than the team. Appreciate that, man. That's like one of the nicest compliments we can get.
Yeah.
If you still enjoy us, even you're not even watching the games anymore.
I'm just ready to see the spin. I'm so ready to. People are gonna spin this so crazily, Eric.
Dude, I haven't even gone on Twitter this entire stream. I really don't want to. I think I'm taking a break from Twitter.
That's probably smart. That's probably smart. Yeah, we
someone posted a 22-second clip. Let me see.
22-second clip of what? Us?
It's of me saying I got a freaking migraine. That was before the Payne trade, I think, wasn't it?
Fentress said Matisse Thybulle had a 104.2 defensive rating this season. Well, Fentress, bro, you're not supposed to use defensive rating to evaluate individual players. That's such a mistake. Stop. Fentress, just, God. He'll spin it in Cronin's favor. God. Yeah, we heard all that about GP2, too. GP2 played 122 minutes for us, and Avengers Endgame is 181 minutes. Yeah, you'll have people spin this like crazy. And they have no, like, they don't know players, man. Like, it's obvious. Anyone who thinks Kevin Knox is good or, like, Thybulle's some big-time game changer doesn't know what they're talking about. Thybulle is not as good as Josh Hart. We literally got worse. And we got... Yeah, if somebody thinks the Blazers got better, then they don't know what they're talking about. Like, well, you know... This team is going to be a freaking mess on the court. Like, we have to rely, when Winslow gets back, on him being the backup four. I mean, it's the same people that think Eubanks is some phenomenal player and better than our starting center. Like, Eubanks has tricked them because they don't know what defensive positioning is for a center.
I can't wait for people to throw softball questions at Cronin if he even shows his face so they don't be mean to him.
People will
Dude, Olshey, like, once again, not like, screw that guy. He should not be a GM. But can you imagine if Neil Olshey had this deadline under these circumstances?
Oh, people would be pissed.
He would be
eviscerated.
eviscerated. Not one single person would be like, "Oh, Cam Reddish has some potential, and Kevin Knox, and Matisse Thybulle is a great defender. He finally got a defender on this squad." Like, they would be killing him.
That's how you know. Guys, this is how you know that people are driven by their biases. Is that, yes, that is absolutely true if that was Olshey. Like, anyone who spins this as some sort of good trade deadline for the Blazers, that's how you know that Cronin can do no wrong in their eyes. No matter what Cronin did, they were going to spin it in a positive way. Because I literally don't know how you do much worse than this. What?
Okay. I'm just, yeah. Anyone telling you, just got a certain person gave his rundown of the trade deadline. Longer, check. Younger, check. Less experience, check. More capital assets for moves, check.
What? More capital assets for moves. We have less contracts this offseason. What is he talking about?
We have less assets for moves outside of second-round picks.
He just says stuff that he thinks sounds good and sounds smart. More capital assets. More capital assets for moves. By getting guys that are restricted free agents this offseason? What?
I mean, yes, we did get younger, I guess. We traded one of our older players.
Cool, so if we could have traded for a 2-year-old freaking toddler, that'd be a good thing? Like, because he's younger? Really? Really? Dog, going younger with guys who haven't progressed for years is not a good thing. If they're not progressing from age 21 to 23, what's the point of getting them when they're 23, thinking that they're going to progress from 23 to 25? If they haven't been progressing at age 21, like, who cares? Longer. Okay, we got Kevin Knox and Cam Reddish. Seriously?
Still no one over
Everyone
6'9".
else we didn't get longer. Like, god damn. Certain guys just will not criticize this GM because they criticized the last GM too hard and they can't go back on that. And they'll freaking... Oh my goodness, yeah. Yep.
I really want to tweet at him. Is it time to panic about Gary Payton yet?
Yeah, because he gave you crap saying, no, it's not time to panic about GP2. Mr. Know-It-All, except he was wrong. This is why we're the best Blazers YouTube channel. Because, god damn. SC to beat. What do you mean? This is all Cronin's fault. How is this Jody? How is him being able to turn GP2 into Wiseman by asking for more and then losing out on him? How is...
I mean...
going after limited one-dimensional players, a Cam Reddish who's been bad and had no value across the league. How is that on Jody? How is getting a roster of pieces that do not fit offensively whatsoever? Like, we have so many below-average offensive players And we're still not going to be a good defense because we still don't have length. We got longer. Oh, we got Kevin Knox. He shouldn't be playing. He shouldn't even be on the team. The only guy we got longer was Cam Reddish. That's it.
And honestly, okay, Matisse Thybulle, even if you argue he's a good defender, despite being smaller, Gary Payton, every metric measures him as a better forward and big defender than Matisse Thybulle. So we basically got a better guard defender, but I mean, how is he going to fit in? And once again, not only is it questionable how much of an upgrade it is over Gary Payton, but you're basically ruining one side of the floor to put him on the floor. So they're literally, you thought it was bad with Josh Hart. Imagine how, and Justice Winslow, imagine how often they're just going to completely leave Thybulle wide open on offense.
Yep, get ready. Get ready. Shooting matters. You don't want to try and fix one problem and create another one. Doesn't accomplish anything.
Want to stay up on these donations. Adam versus E, $5 donation. Can someone get Corona the dictionary? He needs to know what better means. Azzy Mac, 6-month member message, or member for 10 months, sorry. Morning, gents. Just woke up and catching up on last night. So what? We went from GP2 and Hart to Knox and Tease with a bunch of seconds. WTF happened. It's actually, we only got 3 seconds because we gave up 2 for Tease, and I guess we got a first too. So yeah, and Reddish, I guess.
The problem is we traded GP2 to the Warriors for 5 second-round picks, but
that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything, and basically they got those 5 second-round picks from trading Wiseman away, so. They basically traded Wiseman for GP2, but we didn't get Wiseman. We got second-round picks. We didn't get the one reclamation project we should have taken on. And then they also flipped Wiseman to Detroit for Sadiq Bey and turned Sadiq Bey into those second-round picks. So we technically could have flipped GP2 for Sadiq Bey if we had a GM that knows how to negotiate. There's no doubt about that because basically trading Wiseman for Sadiq Bey and then Sadiq Bey for 5 seconds are the 5 seconds that were traded for GP2. So we said no to that and said second-round picks. The thing is, if we got either one of those guys, people would be singing his praises even more. But the fact that we literally skipped out on those guys somehow isn't a criticism for other people.
Yep. They could literally be sitting here with Sadiq Bey or James Wiseman if they would have chose to not be inactive for that time when those other teams negotiated. They went for it. We didn't. I mean, this is the time to give up 5 seconds for a player that could help us, not get rid of a player for 5 seconds that don't really help us at all. Lock Hunter, $5 donation. I hope and pray for a screw Croden and Jody chant at the next home game. I mean, that's not going to happen. But, yeah. Maybe the Jody one, but, yeah. Jackson asked me on Discord if there's a way to maybe pull the Golden State one and New York trades together to create a big trade exception for the full amount of Josh Hart. Yeah, still not sure what's going on there, but yeah. Slick Mode, $2 donation. When is Jody supposed to sell the team? I mean, there's conflicting reports. Some say within a year she has to sell it. Some say there's no time frame. Some say it's like 20 years away. So Brian Tadovich, $2 donation. Wouldn't blame Dame for leaving after this year. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either, but I don't think he's the type of person that would do that. But I mean, you never know at this point. You're muted, by the way.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. You're just silent.
Yeah, I'm just texting.
Yeah.
I'm going to record the Believe in Blazers podcast after this, and I'll have it up later today.
Well, the thing about Wiseman too, I mean that's a 10+ million contract next year. How much is Wiseman making next year? I'm gonna look. Wiseman spot track. But that's like yeah, $12 million contract this summer that we could have gotten, still stayed under the tax, and had his potential either breakout, or if he's not good, you could include him in a big trade this summer for a star.
Ryan Arcidiacono is a guy we got. Yeah, he's not mentioned. Yeah, there's a reason he's not mentioned. What? Certified. I don't think Steven is going to go off. I think he's just kind of like, we'll see. That's what I was texting, by the way.
Randall is giving Cronin a pass, saying he's not the one behind all these moves. I mean, you could maybe give that excuse last year. I could buy it if he had a good day today. I would have bought that. That maybe last year his hands were tied and he was a new GM, and if he wanted to keep that job permanently, he had to do what Burt Cold and Jody wanted of him, which is fair to say, but you can't use that excuse anymore. This dude literally has put all these players in place. He's the one that signed Gary Payton. He's the one, and our media hasn't even asked him yet why he signed Gary Payton without properly vetting him about that. But the injury and the attitude and the willingness to accept the bag and all that kind of stuff. So
I didn't even realize we were still on the roster. Huh. My bad.
Billups, you don't think Billups is helping him with that? I mean, they've been in conjunction, but I guarantee Billups didn't want freaking Kevin Knox on this team. What the heck is why would Billups want 5 second-round picks?
I mean, we basically got one-dimensional players and reclamation projects that have been bad for multiple years. Which, I mean, those normally don't pan out. But the problem is, the biggest problem for me actually now is the fact that we have no trade chips this offseason. We have no salary trade chips. We have nothing.
If we weren't going to, if we weren't going for contracts this summer and we were going for restricted free agents, go all out to get PJ Washington or Cam Johnson or someone who can actually freaking play. It doesn't make sense.
Anyway,
it was crazy. There was no last second deals either.
I know.
Cameron Weaver with the $5 donation. I think Cronin pulled up the physical attributes on Google and saw height, but doesn't pay attention to on-court abilities. Thanks for the stream. I mean, I think Thybulle measured 6'4" without shoes. Cam Reddish is 6'6.5" without shoes. Yeah, Knox, I guess, is a little taller, but I don't know what he measured. But if he's part of their plans or if they actually prop him up like he's a good addition, that says a lot to me about their competency as front office. So yeah.
Anyway, I'm about.
Send us the link, Eric. What are you talking about?
How much longer do you want to go for?
Dylan B, welcome to Starter Membership. Thank you so much. BCM 516. Let me figure that out. I'm just seeing. I'm going to answer the question about how much cap space, if any, we'd have. All right, so we got Dame and Anthony. We didn't get anyone back in trades that's not a free agent, so that doesn't matter. Dame and Anthony are about 70 million, Nurk 17, so you're at 87 million. Sharp makes 93, Nas about 100 million so far. Keon, let's just say we keep Watford and Walker. That's another, what, 3, 6, 7 million. So what I say, 90, 23. Let's say we're at 100 and let's just say 108 million with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players. Have to have 12 on the roster, so 112 million. Oh, plus we have all the dead money. Plus we'll probably pick up some more dead money today, which is another 4.5 million. So let's just say 112 million plus 116 for the roster spots. The the cap is supposed to be 134,000. So, okay. Rough. This is very rough. Not even using a calculator. I think if we let all our free agents walk, so that's Jeremy Grant, Cam Reddish, Matisse Thybulle, all gone from this team. Cut Kevin Knox. Didn't have a draft pick, so because that would be a first-round pick would be a hold. So you also have to add in whatever that draft pick is. But let's just say we traded the draft pick or something for a future first or something. So we didn't have that contract. We're just trying to maximize cap space. The best we can get to is, I think, about 18 million in cap space. So 18 million or so. Greg Brown waived. Yeah.
Greg Brown gone?
Greg Brown got waived.
Goodbye.
Chris Haynes had it. Dang. Add Z-Mac with the Australian $2 donation. We just waived GB3. Adam versus Eve, $2 donation. This trade has me. #me too. I don't know what that means. Braden Thennis, $2 donation. Off season should be a poop show. So excited. Yeah. That's all the donations so far. So yeah, we had to waive Greg Brown. So we had to waive Greg Brown so we could have Ryan Arcidiacono on our roster. Thanks, Cronin. I mean, I don't really care, but I mean, Greg Brown was good for vibes and was a good teammate. Positive energy off the bench. You do need those guys, but I mean, obviously he wasn't, but I mean, you couldn't force one of these teams to take him in one of these trades, so you didn't have to waive him and take dead money.
Oh, God. The Blazers had quite a bit of length by replacing Hart and Payton with Reddish, Knox, and Thybulle.
But we just lost Greg Brown.
Yeah, exactly.
Greg Brown was one of our tallest players, right?
Yeah.
Or one of our most lengthier players.
Yeah.
But they won't consider that, even though he's better than Kevin Knox. Reggie Jackson getting bought out. There we go. Will Barton's going to get bought out. Pat Bev's going to get bought out. Russell Westbrook's going to get bought out. The guards, man. Pat Bev's going to go sign with the Suns, probably. I mean,
do you want me to read this Steven tweet? I'm gonna record a podcast with him soon. I want to hear what you think about this tweet, though. Steven says, Blazers aren't about building around Dame. I've been saying this for a while. Dame gets his numbers and plays in Portland as long as he wants. They are gathering assets for when Dame is closer to the end. Today they got 6 draft picks and the roster is basically the same.
The roster is worse, first of all. Second of all, it's very misleading to say 6 draft picks when that's not even true because we gave 2 of them up for Thybulle, so it's really 4 draft picks, and 3 of those are second-round picks, so don't give me that. Those are building towards anything. 2, why not trade Grant then?
Yeah.
Because you're going to either have to pay him, overpay him, lose him for nothing, or you gave up a first-round pick for him with very limited protections. Yeah. Yep. If we lose him for nothing, we basically traded CJ for Cam Reddish. Oh, and Ryan Archie-Diacono. Right?
And a first.
That first has to convey, though.
Yeah, might not.
The Knicks don't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Then he can add to his pick total that we got, right?
Yep, that's what it's about.
Yeah, I don't. Second round picks are giving us the assets we need to build post Dame.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard it, but I kind of roughly figured it out, about 18 million in cap space if we let Grant and everyone walk. So not even worth going the cap space route.
Bro, we don't have cap space. We don't have trade chips. Our assets we got are at best mid to late first and seconds. And we got one-dimensional players that aren't good. Like, Matisse can't even play in Philly. Cam Reddish can't even play in New York. Kevin Knox has always been ass, like, as an NBA player. And we're touting those because they have good measurables. That's ridiculous.
Knox isn't a good defender either.
Nope. For his career, Kevin Knox shoots 38% from the field, including 41% from 2 and 34% from 3. And he doesn't pass or play defense. But, he's 6'7", so that's okay. He's taller and lengthier than Gary Payton II, so that matters. That'll make us more competitive. How? If he sucks at defense, it doesn't matter if he's 6'7". You got a 6'2" dude who's great at defense. You got a 6'7" dude who sucks at defense, and you prefer the 6'7" dude because he's just taller? Seriously? That's what we've come to in terms of our analysis. Might as well just go and sign every freaking 7-footer that's never played in the NBA before. Congratulations, you're now a millionaire. Time to win a championship because you guys are tall. That's where we're at.
Why didn't we get the 7-foot athletic center that was the second pick in the draft if we only cared about freaking getting longer?
Shout out to Malachi. I guess we missed the dono. I have it right here. Sorry, Eric doesn't have the same dono feed as I do, so he's doing his best, and I was gone for a second. Shout out Malachi. $5 dono says, "Started watching you guys this season. Glad I found you guys, so I have someone to feel like crap with. Hashtag Eric for GM." Thank you, Malachi. Yeah, sorry you missed that from earlier. Appreciate the dono. Thank you. If we missed anybody else's dono, let me know. I have the feed here. Anyway, I'm ready to debate Steven.
We're turning to the Knicks right before our eyes as we lacked intensity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point, let's when Baji's healthy, freaking make him the backup center. At least maybe we can speed up his development. Like you said, put Sharp in at starting small forward and hope he pops next year.
This comment is actually ridiculous. Nick says, you'll never get any of that time back you put into discussing trade possibilities. There's no point. Nick, I don't know if you realize that you're watching us on YouTube where we create content, but
that's all anyone wants to talk about is trades.
Discussing like, trades is content.
We do a show where we have a clear topic, and during that topic we get a million trade questions. Post-game show, we start talking about the game. We're breaking down Dame's performance, and people are asking us trade questions. That's all anyone wants to talk about. So, yeah.
So it's content, because we're content creators. Like, what do you mean that's pointless? Creating content is pointless as a content creator. What? That doesn't make sense. That's why I'm not on here as much, because we talk about trades. Well, everybody else wants to talk about trades. I mean, we do our best to talk about literally everything.
What were we not supposed to talk about trades today?
I guess I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, I don't get it. It's the trade deadline. Like, I literally say at the start of every season, I'm waiting like 20, 25 games before I even start talking about trades, and people don't like that. So, anyway. Shout out Corey, $5 dono, says, CJ McCollum turned into Reddish and Knox into protected first-round pick. That's got to be the biggest joke of basketball history. Well, we also got a Milwaukee first and turned that into Grant. So, if we keep Grant, it's fine. But if we trade Grant, or no, if Grant walks for nothing, then it's a major L. Then everything is just screwed at that point in trade game. Like, but yeah, I mean, if basically this ownership doesn't care about winning, they need to freaking sell the damn team. Literally, not like this is not what Paul would have wanted. Paul would have wanted them to sell the team.
I want to read a couple of comments from Lalo here. I'm just a bit confused. Once they moved Hart, I would have thought they were going for OG. I mean, what gave you the impression Kronik could actually pull off a trade like that? That was pretty obvious we weren't getting him. We've been trying to tell you guys it wasn't realistic. Yeah, what's the plan? The West got way better. We also have the Chicago pick, which we need to make the playoffs for it to convey. Are we still going for the playoffs or half tank? I don't. To me, the only way out of this is to hit a home run on a lottery pick. So we actually need to not make the playoffs now, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah. I won't be rooting for wins. I won't be rooting for losses, but I won't be rooting for wins. I'll just be watching the games and then I'll talk about them. But at this point,
I mean, you got to hope you have those two picks, the 12th pick and the 20th pick or whatever the next pick ends up being, and you just hope that this draft is deep like the 2017 draft, like people think it is, that you get maybe you can package those two to move up a little bit to get someone that's an absolute difference maker. But yeah, it'd be hard. I mean, I guess we could have trade exceptions. So if it's a smaller contract, we could trade those picks for him. But how are we trading those picks for like Siakam or something without giving up half our remaining roster? And then it's just Dame and Siakam basically. And I don't know, man.
I want to hear you and Steven debate. Anyway. Anything else you want to get into on this trade deadline stream? We'll be live again tomorrow post-game show.
Daniel Schoenberg says if we move those seconds for a first-round pick, that gives us 2 firsts we garnered for a possible OG trade in the summer. Like, how often do you see seconds get moved for a first, though?
What contract are we using to match OGs?
And how are we... Yeah.
Look at next year, 23-24. Nurkic, I guess?
Yeah, Nurk matches, but
That's
OGs...
the only guy you'd trade for OG.
Oh, hey, look, OG's on expiring, too. So, I mean, he's got a player option, which he's going to decline, so he could walk for nothing after that season, too.
Yeah,
so
we'll trade Nurk
we'll probably give up 3 firsts and then trade...
3 firsts plus Nurk, and then we have a hole at the center spot that we can't fill.
Yep, we have no assets to get a center, so we'll re-sign Drew Eubanks for that 4-year, $45 million. Yeah. And then, yep.
Roman, if these trades put trust in Sharp and Little, then why did we literally only land wings? We literally got Matisse Thybulle, Cam Reddish, Kevin Knox. So I don't understand how that's putting trust in your wings that are already here. Blazers press conference soon. How soon? Antonio, do you know?
Does Nurk and 2 first-round picks move the needle for anyone? I mean, I don't know.
We're not contending.
That's not really changing our window or whatever.
Sharp got to be a star, and we got to probably tank and get a star out of this draft. And then, 4 years from now.
I mean, the OG thing now, I mean, they're most likely re-signing Pirtle, so, I mean, I guess if they let Pirtle walk, you could talk about a Nurk trade with them, but if they let Pirtle walk, I have to imagine they're not really serious about contending anymore, so they're probably trading a lot of players, but, yeah. I don't think a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Anyway. I don't want to listen to this on stream. I want to listen to this off stream.
Yeah.
Whenever it starts. Soon, supposedly. But people should follow us on Twitter for our reactions. I'm going to record a podcast with Steven and talk about it.
No, I don't think Cronin is setting up a tank. I mean, he's indirectly setting up, but like I said, the other moves don't make sense. Yeah. And why does he get a pass if he is doing that? Why does he get a pass for then going up there and sugarcoating it like he actually wasn't doing that and all this stuff? Mm-hmm. He's going to say exactly what that other tweet I read off earlier said. They're setting themselves up for the summer and active and cap space and flexibility and we have all these free agents so we have
less flexibility.
We have 25 games to get a good read on all these free agents to see which ones we want to keep and which ones we want to go. And yeah.
Anyway.
And then we keep none of them.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, why? If you're tanking, you had to trade Grant today and get a couple seconds for him, an expiring contract or something, or a young player.
Unless they have a handshake agreement, which you don't normally go back on.
Well, I mean, he kind of went back on his agreement because they had agreed to the 4-year 112. So, yeah.
I don't know.
because the tanking team wouldn't pay Jeremy Grant 5 years, 150 million or whatever we're going to pay him this summer. That's the point. Like, you can, if you're tanking, you can't then make moves to try to pretend you're not making while secretly trying to tank. Like, you either have to commit to it or don't, right? And I'm fine. Like, if you want to say Dame and a bunch of 20-year-olds are gonna be that's the path we want to go, fine. Just go that path then. You know what I mean? Like don't try to pretend to tank and then not do it. So that doesn't make sense to me. For any of those who missed it, go back to shortly after we traded Gary, and I went on a whole rant and told you guys what happened, really. But yeah.
Here's the thing: if we miss the playoffs, we don't have future first to trade.
Yep.
We don't.
I mean, we would have
we'd
have a lottery pick, but no
potentially
contract.
Move or draft somebody with, but shoot, we might only have one pick in the draft. I don't know. Well, we'd have seconds. Making the playoffs opens up all our future first. The problem is we have no salary trade chips left, and there's a likely chance that we're picking between 9 and 14 and don't have future first. So, if anything, this trade deadline made not having our future first more likely, and also got us rid of trade chips. So we actually hurt our flexibility this upcoming offseason. Drastically hurt it.
Well, I mean, I think, let's say we got the 20th pick from the Knicks. I'm guessing we could probably offer that to the Bulls for our future pick back.
The interview's tomorrow? The press conference is tomorrow? Where'd you see that? He won't even do a press conference today? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
I mean, it's possible he wants to introduce everyone, all these wonderful assets. He can't do it now because Kevin Knox isn't here to introduce and give him his jersey and stuff.
Yeah, and he knows he won't get hardball questions in front of the players that he traded for.
Well, he's not getting hardball questions either way, so it doesn't matter.
But especially not, Yikes.
He's like, I'm 6'6". Look, all these guys are taller than me.
Yeah.
And that's how I did it. If they were taller than me, we needed them.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta get off.
Well,
I just need a break.
Thank you to everyone for watching the stream, whether it was for a few minutes or the whole time. Shout out to you if you were here the entire stream.
5 hours. There
we
go.
For all 5 hours. Thank you so much to everyone in the community for supporting us and being a part of this community, and for making Blazers Uprise what it is. Without you guys watching, we wouldn't have the energy to do these streams and stuff. So we really appreciate all of you. And just want to say, if you're a Blazer fan, keep your head up, focus on other things, and just know we're all in this together through the pain. And maybe someday it'll result in us lucking into a championship down the road, which would make up for all this misery. So hopefully not. And if you're not a fan of the draft or tanking or following college prospects, you might want to change that opinion because it's not looking great. But anyways, just to really appreciate everyone. I hope you have a great day, and thank you so much for supporting us the way you do to allow us to do these things for you guys.
Yep. Anyway, that's a wrap for this trade deadline stream presented by BetOnline. Use the promo code BELIEVE, BOEAV, for a 50% reward bonus. Yeah, sucks. I'll have a Believe in Blazers podcast on the second channel. Go subscribe to that. Link in the description box below. Also, NBA Uprise channel, NBA channel. Link in description box below, along with our Discord and amongst other things. So, yeah, the Blazers got Matisse Thybulle now and Kevin Knox now, and GP2 is gone. The GP2 situation was a debacle. He is Raymond Felton 2.0 in my book. We'll see how Cronin spins this tomorrow, and we'll catch you on another stream tomorrow with the post-game show after the Blazers take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. With that being said, we are out of here. Hopefully you have a good rest of your afternoons. Until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.